29 laps. So Connor described this problem, I think it was to you, wasn't it, Andrew, of that they're not quite sure where the fuel consumption is going, but I fancy there's something on the ECU where it's just slipping into the wrong setting.
Change of position then because of that pit stop from the De Filippi Audi coming into the pits. Josef Kral has gone into second place in the number 11 Ferrari. Also into the pits for fuel, or into the fuel station for a scheduled pit stop, is the Christian Frankenhout driven Hofer Mercedes. That car in from 5th place overall, first in the AM class, and into the pits at the feet of Nick Damon comes the Audi.
And out hops Connor De Filippi, and in jumps Patrick Ajala. The car sporting an excellent amount of tank tape on the front left. And I say it's a short run, this one, so they are obviously still probably having some form of fuel pickup or excessive burn problem. As I'm now continuing to do my appraisal and looking around the rest of the car, it is grubby but undamaged, so it's basically that front left that's taken the brunt of some sort of impact. The rest of it is going well, and it's away, and we'll grab a word with Connor in a couple of moments.
Thank you, Nick. And there was an element of urgency there. They're on it, aren't they, those guys? There is no. They do want to waste literally 1 second during that stop. As soon as the car came down off the jacks, the driver was being waved at to get going. You know, get that engine fired and get out there. Because, like we've said, they are now 5 laps down off the leader, having now been into the pits. But there's still that we've said, we keep continually saying this. 5 laps is still nothing.
No, and every time we talk about laps, I'm kind of translating that into time, and that's 12 minutes, something like that, which is neither here nor there, and that's part of the thing, Paul Trustwell.
That pit stop sub 4 minutes. Now you may think, oh, that's good, it was sub 4 minutes. Normally the pit stops are something over 4, maybe 4.5, depending on what kind of wheel configuration they've got. But the A6 Pros are usually between 4 minutes 5 and 4 minutes 15 in the pits. What that tells me is they're not getting all the fuel in, and so the problem is that of pickup, and they're running around with a third of a tank of a fuel, which they can't get at. We can hear either confirmation or denial from Nick Damon, or another subject altogether. Nick.
Connor De Filippi, when the car's running, it's running really well, but it doesn't seem to be able to run long enough on a tank of fuel still.
Yeah, we've been kind of trying to play it conservative. We had a few hiccups earlier in the race, and so we're just trying to keep it conservative, really, not have another one of those issues this late in the race. We have, it's a close battle with the Ferrari right now, and as long as we more or less run a clean race, even though maybe we're stopping a bit early, I still think we should be able to hold them off.
So are you stopping early because you're not able to get the fuel out, or just because you don't want to have any danger of running out?
Honestly, we don't know. We've scratching our heads this whole race trying to figure out where exactly it is, but I think we're starting to sort it out, and we have more confidence to go longer than previously in the race, so I think we're in a good position. The guys are doing a great job and just trying to bring it home now.
20.5 hours into the race, how similar does the car feel to when it was rolled off the truck for practice on Thursday?
Honestly, the car's pretty dang good right now. Everything's straight. Had a little body damage on the front from early in the race in the wet, but more or less the car's quite good. Brakes are still strong 20 hours later, so can't complain.
Is that you finished, or do you get to do the victory run to the end?
I'm not sure if it's decided yet. I know we're kind of bouncing back and forth. It kind of depends on how much pressure we get from behind, but once Patrick's out of the car, I think I might maybe hopping back in.
Connor, thanks a lot. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. As Nick finishes off his interview with Connor De Filippi, he just needs to spin around and see the Hofer racing car in from the A6 AM lead. Christian Frankenhout will be handing that car over, having pitted now. He's already fueled, and we'll wait for word from Nick when he's made his way down to the Hofer Mercedes pit. But right now, that car still retains the lead of the A6 AM class. It's got the 3-lap lead on the car in second place. That's the number 34 Car Collection Audi R8. Max Edelhoff at the wheel of the car in 6th place.
I have a rather
and the Drinkwater car is in, I'm being told. Let's go down to the pits now, and that Audi in the TCR class currently in 3rd We were speculating as to whether it might have a problem, Nick.
And it does have a problem because it's come in steaming heavily. Sebastian and I are walking up from our other end of the pits with Connor. I was going off to get Hoffa, but I saw the 108 sneak in, the silver Audi RS3. You'll see the 3 mechanics pouring over the right-hand side of the bonnet. And it was steaming up, but they've cut the thing down. Now, whether they've... now it's going backwards. It's a pit stop, so whether that thing's cooked itself, but a good observation from you there, Joe, seeing the times disappearing. So it looks like they've probably been fighting overheating, tried to go a bit slower, and it's not worked. So Dave Drinkwater gives you a chance to have a good look at the accident damage we couldn't see earlier. So this is nothing to do with their current problem, just a previous problem they had. But this is obviously manna from heaven for Benny Simonsen. No one from the driving side of the team is there at the moment. The car smells awful.
It's even more of a manna from heaven, Nick.
That could be a clue. Right down there, we have a fan belt or an alternator belt.
That might be a water pump belt also.
Yes,
it's
ancillary belt, isn't it?
Yeah.
One of the ancillaries being belted.
Get your head in there.
Let's see if we can grab a word with who I think it's. I'm not sure it is actually. It's not Dave Kay. This is one of the mechanics. Now, none of the drivers are available. I'll just grab a quick word. Excuse me, sir, do you know what the problem is?
No, we think it's probably an alternator belt. We're not sure, but the voltage light came on 2 laps ago. So we think
it's making a very strange smell for a belt to go. What's causing that, do you know?
We don't know that. We're just going to find that out in a minute. We're not sure.
Okay, off you go. There's plenty of yeah. Oh, actually, it might be the alternator's burnt out. If you look at the electrical smell, it's disgusting.
That man burning his hands, Nick, is Tom Gannon.
Yes, Tom's burning his hands, the man.
Yeah, he's hands-on, isn't he?
He should be gloves on. He needs to get some gloves. I noticed the Audi Sportman's just leaning in sniffing, not getting burnt. But Tom's...
Talking of burning, Nick, if I can just break in, we've got a car that's showing some kind of conflagration, some bodywork has caught fire on the rear of a Porsche. Unable to identify exactly what the number is. He's currently through Sing Corner and into turn 11, so he is at the right end of the track to come into the pits with that problem. We'll just stay with it until we can establish the identity of the car. It's the number 79, or is it the 78? It's the 78. Jesus Diez in the Speed Lover. It's the third in the SP2 class Porsche. Now, we've got... we did see flames coming from the rear bodywork. Now, whether that is just the rear bodywork catching fire because of being too close to the exhaust, maybe... It doesn't look too serious. It hasn't altered its performance. In fact, he hasn't come into the pits. He's continuing round. Straight back to Nick Damon in the pits with more on the 108 Audi.
Yeah, they are still... there's a new alternator. They've gone for a whole new alternator as well. So the new alternator, the new belt, the old one, I think maybe a winding failing on the alternator. That's why you're getting that electrical burning smell, unless the bearing failed and that has transferred the heat that has actually burnt out the alternator. So the belt itself looks absolutely attached perfectly, but there's been an alternator failure. Now, top mechanics there, it's too hot, let's pour a bottle of water on it. So advanced water cooling there, as Tom Gannon continues, he's got gloves now.
Continues to get his hands
burning of
burnt,
hands.
yeah.
So yeah, they've had an alternator failure, whether that's been caused by the bearing or the windings. That's the problem. Replacement of both will be required, and then it should go out quite fine because it doesn't seem to take damage anything else. So it's just one of those things. Now the alternator's gone, Joe.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate because, all right, it's an alternator problem, right? The alternator's there, you loosen 3 bolts and off comes the alternator. However, everything is seriously hot in there, and as you can see, the packaging of how that RS3 Audi is put together is very, very tight indeed. Getting back to the number 78 Porsche that is still out on track, it's the Jesus Diez Speed Lover Porsche that had flames licking from the back. Now, this is the car that we saw earlier that is devoid of bodywork on the rear of the car. So I'm finding it hard to kind of think what that might be. Now, my thinking is, I've just thought a thought as I was working it through my mind. We saw a big puff of smoke and the flames have extinguished.
Yeah.
I think that was tyre pickup that has been building up, and then it's took fire. It's caught fire. We've seen it before. It's caught fire. That's what's been burning. There's nothing better than the burning rubber, is there, to create fuel, to create smoke and flames. That's then fallen off, and that's what we saw, that big puff of smoke as the car continued. That car, I would say, is fine. My speculation and assumption would be just that. Tyre pickup catching fire.
I think you're right there. This is the number 78 car, the one that we were talking about with the B&Q lights on the front, and that it has significant damage at the back of that car anyway. Now, whether that has rearranged maybe some of the bodywork right next to the tyres at the back of the car, I don't know. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right that it caught fire and now it's gone.
Stayed out for another lap, so the message came up on the screen. It wasn't a black and orange flag which compels you to come into the pits. It was just a message on the screen. So I think we've diagnosed that one all right, and that would seem to be sorted. Now, back to the TCR saga. The incident with all the damage has been examined by Martin van der Pavert. He's had input from the Modern Motorsport team. He's had input from David Drinkwater's team, from the CAD Speed team, and no further action is going to be taken. They've decided it was just a racing incident. So argue about that at your leisure, but when Martin makes a decision to take no further action, that is the decision.
Turn myself off to speak. It's getting late, isn't it?
You were getting quite good at it as well.
Yeah, I know. I just got the hour of go all the pieces. The Into the Pits is the number 333 car collection Audi RS3. That car very much now planted in second place in TCR. Also into the pits is the fourth place car overall, the Pierre Bryce Menna GP Extreme Renault RS01, but it's the Dirk Vorlander car collection Audi RS3 in from second place in the TCR class. That's going to consolidate the lead of Benny Simonson as he edges further away whilst we once again cycle through these TCR pit stops.
And whilst that is going on, make a note that something that hasn't happened is that the Ferrari from Scuderia Praha hasn't come into the pits yet. So that car has stayed out for now 4 laps. It'll be 5 laps extra by virtue of its proper fuel consumption, as opposed to the difficulties that the car collection car is having. That could have an effect later on. Down in the pits, Nick Damon.
With the 28 car up to 4th place. Now don't forget, this is the car that didn't actually take the start because it had a random electrical problem that needed about 4 controlled alt-deletes to get it going. Looking okay. It's got a bit of damage on the rear splitter, I suppose, more the diffuser and some of the associated bodywork. Having a slight problem with some on the guns by the looks of it, so they had to run round twice. The reserve gun had to be used on the front left there. Pierre Bryce gets out, and they are slower than they want to be. So they've had a wheel gun failure on the front left, ran round from the front right to replace that one rather than using it. And they are now, they're on 1 gun for the whole lot, so they've lost a lot of time with a dead gun. So this is a much longer stop than they would want. Tightens that one up, the car flapping away from the rear of the diffuser. Now holding it still, there's some advanced tapage going on at the front right, and they're taping closed the door as well. So obviously that's been lifting under aerodynamic process. That's the right-hand door, the driver's right-hand door. More tape going on. Excellent tank tape use here. They've got 2 men on tank tape duties. They're kind of binary, 3 of them on tank tape for duty. We've got triple tank tape. So yeah, they are absolutely taping down the door. So that gull wing door on the right obviously has been lifting in a rather worrying manner. Now, of course, we did see a number of the previous generation SLS Mercedes have these doors, gull wing doors, come open, and often people couldn't close them because they were too high up to reach. Anyway, keep going forward, and we have the 333 TCR car carrying out at the stop. Luckily, that's only 15 metres further forward. They haven't got any air gun issues because, of course, they have 5 wheel nuts, and so it's a selection of local drills, probably also sourced from B&Q/Leon Merlin, whichever country you're on, undoing all the 5 nuts. But now they're doing another brake pad change. You know, if it's this time of day, you need another brake pad change.
They've been changing those brake pads every 3 hours, Nick.
Yeah, so this obviously this should take them to the end.
Let's have a look at
what, 3 hours and 15 minutes left.
Just have a look at the pad wear there and the pads on the floor there that we saw.
Let me give this. Let's have a look at there's the pad wear going in. That's how thick they are when they start, the big red pads. So interestingly, they said they were changing pad material, and they were blue pads. overnight when I was chatting to JM Littman, and now they've gone to red pads, which normally would infer they are a different compound. A company called EBC make good brake pads. You get EBC reds or EBC blues, depending on what you're looking for, and level of bite, longevity. Huge amount of technology in brake pads. There's all sorts of different types, different heat temperature ranges, and obviously you have a very different set of pads depending whether your car is two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, or rear-wheel drive, and sort of affect the way the car uses them. But I would say on this 333 car, they have basically got a braking problem because it's not being mirrored. Their issues are not being mirrored by the cars further down the pits. And as this carries on, and there's more people, I can see the Ferrari number 11 shooting into the fuel station. I'll carry on watching this.
Thank you, Nick. And you have got a very busy pit lane as the second place Scuderia Praha Ferrari is brought into the pits by Joseph Kral. Also into the pits is the number 31 Rofco Racing Mercedes, brought into the pits in 8th place overall. Stuart Hall will be handing over that car to the next driver in the rotation.
It'll probably be Nick Manassian, and Leszek Skirter. Yeah,
we did say that. Now, we've got 3 of our TCR runners have been in the pits. Current reigning driver champion Guillaume Roma, now at the wheel of the number 308 in the Team Altron Peugeot, has gone in and out of the pits. He's resumed, and that is the team, remember, that are looking forward to any issues that befall the cars in the TCR class in front of them. And right now, the David Drinkwater Cadspeed Audi RS3, car 108, remains in the pits with what we believe is a replacement alternator going on that car. Christian Cranenberg has now taken over the wheel of the number 333 car collection Audi RS3, and that will resume now in second place, a very firm second place, as that 108 car remains in the pits. That will increase that gap to that, and he's chasing down the leading TCR car, which is indeed Benny Simonson in the 216.
It's going to take Guillaume Roman about very nearly 2 hours to catch up with David Drinkwater. It's certainly going to take
David Drinkwater if
he stays still. Yeah, if he doesn't move, it's going to take him about 2 hours to catch up. So he's got time if David Drinkwater can't even get out again. But I don't think that's the problem. I think it's just that pad change.
Into the penalty box has gone Stuart Hall. He's come in, he's refueled. Now he's taking in the penalty. The penalty box is literally just next door. Let's have a look at let's go down to the pits where Nick can tell us whether that car of Stuart Hall's has now served that penalty, and is he with him on the pit apron?
Yeah, there's a 20-second penalty, I think. The Rofco car comes in behind him. But more interestingly, the 27, the Renault RS, the one that's had problems, came in for a stop. Now, interesting, about 2 laps ago, it actually just took fuel and trundled through the pits, and now it's come back in again for its service. I think they were trying to get it out of the way of the 28 car, which of course is running very high in the overall route. And I turn to my left, and what do I see? I see the second place car, the 11 Scuderia Ferrari, coming towards us. No penalties this time, so that's a first for them. Door open, and it's going to be Eddie Cheever Jr. getting in. Out jumps Joseph Kral, and this will be another very quick stop. Interestingly, the front wheel came off, and the second mechanic, a little bit of a peer at the brake pad, see how the wear's going. The car still has a crushed front left. That's going to cost them a few quid in spares from the Maranello spares department come Monday. But Joseph Kral continues putting in the younger Cheever, the Cheever the third, we believe. But probably the many Eddie Cheevers in the past. Car gets away, almost runs over Joseph Kral's feet, which he looks slightly offended by. And, little word with Joseph in a second. And all those 3 cars have gone, and they all had pretty good pit stops.
Well, that Ferrari pit stop has allowed Patrick Ujala in the car collection Audi, car 32, to move back into that second place as we flip-flop between those 2 cars for second place. We've got coming up to, we're getting towards the 3 hours to go mark, and we're getting towards the time where we can calculate who's going to be in the right place at the right time and who's going to need the splash and dash, aren't we, Paul?
Exactly right. And this is where the fuel pickup, or whatever it is, on the car collection Audi, the number 32 car, is going to become crucial, because if they can go that extra couple of laps, we heard Conor De Filippi saying they had a bit of a confidence issue rather than anything else in there. He did 27 laps. Kodrick and Amstutz had done 29 laps before him. So we'll see what Patrick Kujala does on this stint. What we do know is that Kujala in the Audi is going to be quicker than Chiva in the Ferrari.
Nick Damons with Joseph Kral.
Joseph, another quick hour stint. Do you think you can catch up the Audi and get into second?
Well, I have to check how far we are because I didn't really care about the distance. I just wanted to push as much as I could. Well, the conditions are a bit changing because the track is heating up and the wind is really strong. You even feel it in the car. So yeah, I was just trying to adapt as much as I can and really make the tires last till the end of the stint and to be quick.
That's a very good point about the temperature because it's now hotter than it's been any part of the race. How's that affecting the car? Is it nicer on the tyres? Are they getting into their operating temperature, or are you now getting to the point where you're worried about wear?
Well, I was worried. That's what I was really thinking since the very beginning, but luckily I did 3 years in GP2 with different tyres, which were much worse to maintain. So after 4 laps, I started to think because I really felt the rears going away. So I had to change the driving style and even the line, but still keep the speed, which was quite difficult. But in the end, it was possible to be a little bit quicker than the others. So we'll see how it goes till the end because it's still some time to go.
It's interesting you say that. So is everything you learn in single-seaters therefore completely transferable to a GT car, or do you have to learn a lot of new stuff in a GT car?
Well, I think that you can see it because basically this is the first race where I really use the potential of the car, and I even managed to be quicker than Matteo, which is pretty tough. So for me, that's a benchmark where I wanted to be. Brno was special because I know the circuit very well because it's home. And here, you know, this is the first time when I'm here for the second time with a GT car, and I can adapt, I can transfer the stuff from the single-seater, but still there are little tweaks and bits which you really need to learn, and you have to think about them.
Brilliant, thank you, Joseph. And that's really, really interesting, Joseph. I think we actually noticed last night when he took the fastest lap off Matteo, and I wonder whether there would be bragging rights in the team. Well, not only is it bragging rights, it's almost affirmation rights for Joseph Kral. But it's good to know that GP2 is an excellent training ground for keeping Hankooks going.
And not only in outright lap speed, Joseph Kral quicker, but also on the average lap speed for the whole stint. He's been quicker than Matteo on 2 different stints now. So, yes, I think there is a little bit of a feather in the cap for the Czech there.
Oh, and I love the fact that it's just dropped into the conversation. it's not trumpets and flags. It's just, well, yeah, it was quite nice that I was faster than Matteo.
Yeah.
Rather than say no. It was something entirely different. Just dropping it in. Yeah. Oh, by the way,
Intense inter-team competition is what we like, isn't it?
love it.
Well, I mean, from the point of view of the team, and it's all about the team, the quicker each driver goes, the quicker the team goes. So it's all good stuff.
In 28th place, a car that we thought was completely out of this race, it's currently second in the SP3 class, has rejoined. It's the FAC Autotech Porsche Cayman. The car 240 is back out, and he has completed 114 laps. Now, to get onto the first rung of the podium, on the first step of the podium, I should say, he has got to, where are we? There it is, in 24th place overall, is the Track Club Lotus Evora on 183 laps. Now, Paul has got his slide rule and his sundial out, and he's going to tell us how long it's going to be before Marco Zollin, qualifies by completing 60% of the class leaders.
He's done that already.
He's done that already. Great.
Yeah.
Now we just need to know how long is it going to be before we see a change in the SP3 leadership.
2 hours and 18 minutes.
2 hours and 18, and we've got 3 hours and 5 minutes on the clock left in this race. So
it's yes. I mean, that's if he just goes round and round and round. He's going to have to come in and do some pit stops.
Yeah, it's tight, isn't it?
But in any event, what they will be able to do is to get the requisite driving time to be able to score points in the championship. That was the other thing that I was blabbering on about a little while ago. None of the drivers, even though the car had done enough laps to qualify, none of the drivers had done enough time to qualify for any points in the FIA Creventic International Endurance Series. So they're going to be at least to be able to put that one to bed. But I'm very upset now because I spoke to people from the FAC Autotech team and they were kind of glum about the fact that they didn't have a car, but they said we do have pizza though, so they were going to go and eat pizza, and I just took that as being we're going to retire the car. So maybe it was my fault.
No, I think it's just great to see that they've got the car back. They've reset it. We knew that it was something very different from just a traditional mechanical problem. Having spent 10 hours, 16 minutes and 7 seconds eating pizza. Right, and that's Nick Damon. What have you got?
Well, I'm with Heinz Bruder from the 240 FAC Autotech team. We are very surprised to see the car out again. What have you done?
We also. He need only a little bit to sleep, I think. We are back now, but we don't know the reason.
So it just suddenly started working again, did it?
Yeah. The car is well now. We will see. We hope, and we drive to the finish.
If you get to the finish, you will win the class.
Yes, maybe. We will see.
Thanks, Heinz. It's good to know they've no idea why it's working either.
It is just like my third laptop, which sometimes works and sometimes it doesn't. So, you don't pay your money and you don't take your choice. But we heard, just for the background to this story, we heard yesterday from Hans Bruder that they'd had problems with the electronics on the car. They'd tried the Control-Alt-Delete, they'd tried resetting it. They'd then been in touch with Porsche. They'd got a software upgrade for their electronic system. They'd installed the software upgrade. They went out and did a lap and it hadn't made any difference. So they came back in again. They reinstalled the software. Went back out again, and it hadn't made any difference. So they've put the car to bed, gone away. They've taken down all the lighting around the garage. That was the other clue that they'd packed up, because all the pit accoutrements, they were all taken away, put down, packed up, ready to go into the truck. Went off and ate pizza. Came down and tried it, and it started.
Can you imagine that you've done all that? You've taken down the lights. You've sat and eaten pizza. You've done everything, and suddenly you sort of think, let's just give it one more try. let's just give it a turn and see if it starts, and it does. How long they could have started that car? Was it an hour ago? Was it 3 hours ago? Who knows? It's just one of those things, and one of the mysteries of the black box. But nonetheless, that car back in the race. That's the FAC Auto, the number 240, with Marco Zolin at the wheel, currently in 28th place, and SP3 GT4 honours are possibly on the cards for that car.
Well, it's done 3 laps now in its new mode, and that takes it from 113 where it was to 116, and the target, say the main target, is the SP3 GT4 leader. I spoke too soon when I said they're all out. Is 183 laps, so they've just got to catch that little gap up. But I say the car that it's chasing, the Evora, is definitely a retirement, because I saw the engine innards coming out of the exhaust pipe of that car, and
that's never a good sign.
It's never a good thing. In fact, even one of the mechanics was kind of taking a photograph of it to sort of show to the team manager, look, we can't fix it now.
Yes. What do you want me to do now? And so it is just a matter of keeping that car going. I suppose the worry and the frustration from all of that is that if they didn't know why it went wrong in the first place, they can't do anything to stop it happening again.
Leave it till Monday.
They can come back to it on Monday morning, perhaps. But nonetheless, they are going to have to manage that. But the car on 4 laps in, and hopefully they're going to get a podium out of this, which will be quite a significant turn up for the books. They only have to keep going, really, and they only have to hope that whatever that glitch was isn't going to get any worse. We're now coming up to 11:30 here at Circuit Paul Ricard, and therefore we have 3 hours of this race left to run. And in the lead, we still have the Porsche 911 number car. Ralph Bone at the winner in the Herbert Motorsport car. Currently has done 517 laps with, in second place, the number 32 car collection Audi R8 with Patrick Kujala at the wheel, and that is currently 6 laps behind the leader, with Edward Cheever in the Scuderia Praha, the number 11 Ferrari, in third place. Those cars all, of course, in A6 Pro. The fourth place car, also an A6 Pro car, is Axel Jeffries in the GP Extreme Renault RS01. And in fifth place, then we have Roland Egemann in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes, which is the class leader in A6 AM. And that has turned in a significant race, I think, because they've had a far from easy run in that car. Max Edelhoff in the car collection Audi R8, the second of those car collection R8s, is then in sixth place, and also in the A6 AM class. And Charles Espenlaub, the Pro Sport Performance Porsche 991 Cup car, the only runner in that 991 class, is therefore class leader, surprise, surprise, and in seventh place overall. So the 85 car in seventh place. In eighth, we have the number 31 Roald Goethe at the wheel of his Rofco Racing Mercedes AMG. That's the Gulf Racing colours, and they have had, I think it would almost fall into the category of torrid time with that car, that three corners of that car have been problems, so they've had to work very hard with that. The Roald Goethe car, number 31, in 8th place. In 9th, we have the 27 Tiziano Carugati in the GP Extreme Renault RS01. The second of those yellow Renaults is in 9th place. And in 10th, Alain Demorgue in the Lorient Racing Porsche 991 Cup car, who was also therefore leading Class SP2.
Right, thank you for that rundown, Paul, and that gave me a little bit of an opportunity to do some fingers and toes counting to try and assess what the Porsche Cayman has to do, the FAC Autotech car. I reckon that they're going to be within 15 minutes of taking the class lead. That is, sorry, they will take the class lead within 15 minutes of the end of the race, provided that this problem doesn't recur. Now, I'm not trying to diagnose it, because clearly we heard from Hans Bruder, they have no clue, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if it doesn't have something to do with temperature. Very often these things work well when they're cool, and then they warm up and something gets a little bit too hot, and then something just doesn't quite meet somewhere. So it's done 5 laps. It's going round well at the moment. Fingers crossed that it will continue to do so. I've not been a harbinger of doom by any means, but I just wonder, as the temperature gets warmer and warmer, we're at, what time is it? It's 11:30 in the morning. It's 16.2 degrees, and still with 3 hours, you just said, Paul, to go through. It's only going to get warmer. So I'm optimistic, because I'm filled with boyish optimism from a young age. But whether it will make it or not, I don't know, because it doesn't have an awful lot of time in between.
Leader in the fueling station.
He is.
Yes, leader in the fueling station. Is that on time,
it is,
Mr.
yes.
Trustwell? You'll tell them if they've got it wrong, I would imagine.
No, it is. It always happens this time of the afternoon. The fuel just, I mean, the time just passes more quickly the longer you get through a 24-hour race.
When you're having fun, you mean?
Well, I don't know what it is about 24-hour races. One day when I'm sitting on my deathbed, I'll say, I wish I went to more. No, I won't. But there is this way that time just seems to compress itself down the closer you get to the end of the race. And it doesn't seem that long since Ralph Bone took the car over, but he has been out there for 30 laps. So, yeah, a full stint from Ralph. And he should be on the cycle, handing the car back over to Daniel Alleman. And then after Daniel does his stint, it'll be Robert Renauer's turn to get in it, and then Robert should, doing that back timing that you were talking about a moment ago, Robert Renauer should be able to get the car to the flag. So it'll be this stint, or this pit stop, a stint from Alaman, and then it'll be a stint plus possibly a splash, but I think they'll be trying to just ease their pace a little bit so they get slightly better fuel consumption and can therefore get all the way to the flag, certainly without another driver change, but possibly with a splash of fuel for the 911 Herbert Porsche.
Let's head straight down to the pits, Nick.
And the car is at my feet, and already out is the tall and lanky Ralph Bon, in getting the slightly shorter and more stocky Daniel Allemann. The Swiss man replaces the German. The Renaults, interestingly, are running under, I think, Luxembourg flags, aren't they? Or Liechtenstein flags. They're certainly not running under German flags at the moment. Ralph gets out. Having a little problem get that one going. Dropped it down. Lost about 2 seconds off perfect, and the thing goes away again. So that's another almost clockwork, 1 second off perfect. And I will annoy Ralph Bon in a moment. Quick word, the 108 has, I think you may notice, has rejoined a couple of minutes ago whilst we were at the other end. So that alternator is changed. It should be back up to full speed.
Leaving many, many blisters on the hands of Tom Gannon, who was at the forefront of that, renewing the alternator on that RS3 Audi, everything packaged very tightly under the bonnet of that Audi RS3, and Tom will be no doubt very positive in his attitude towards those blisters on his hands, no doubt about that. Thanks for that, David Drinkwater. Back out onto the track then, and back into that very, very intense TCR battle. Anything can happen, and is likely to, with 3 hours to go. We're inside of 3 hours to go now. Let's just have a look at how our classes are looking. We've just had the overall leader, Daniel Allemann, now at the wheel of the 911, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. He still leads with a gap of 3 laps to the Audi of Patrick Kujala, car 32. In third place now we have Eddie Cheever the third at the wheel of the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, a further lap behind that. Axel Jeffries is in the GP Extreme Renault in fourth place. And then we've got the first of our A6 AM class runners, Roland Eggemann, now at the wheel of the number 1 Hofer Mercedes. Max Edelhoff is in second place in AM, about 3 laps down off the leader of that class. Charles Espinlab is at the wheel of the Pro Sport Performance Porsche in car 85, 7th overall and leading the 991 class. And as you heard, with no other runners in the 991 class, those guys there in the American car, as I call it, as 4 American drivers is the lineup there. Those guys are seeing and challenging themselves to see just how far they can get up that grid. Up the field, I should say, overall. We've got Nick Damon, though, still in the pits, and I think he's got a very sweaty Ralph Bon.
I have, Mr. Bon. Ralph, that was another very metronomic 1 hour stint. Off you go, 30 laps, come back, car's perfect. It's really easy, isn't it?
Well, it's getting better stint by stint, that's it.
How is the car? Is the car still performing well?
Perfect, yeah. No problems with the car, so thanks again to the team and to the car, and we have another 3 or 4 hours, I don't know exactly.
There's a lot there weren't many cars to begin with. There's a lot less cars now. Is it making it much easier?
Absolutely, yeah. Only 20 cars or something like this. So it's a little bit like practice today.
What's the secret of this team? If your car finishes, it seems to win. How do you manage to do it so regularly?
There is no secret. Don't stop driving, that's it.
Well, thanks very much.
It's a very good question, Nick, and it's a question that we've been asking ourselves for some time, is how does this car, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, just seems to go round and round. Now, a newcomer to the 24-hour series is Paul Tarsi, and also our other pit lane commentator, Andrew Marriott. Andrew, you have been around motorsport and endurance racing for more years than I dare to mention, but even you're intrigued with just how well and how drilled and how the Herbert Motorsport team just seem to get on with it and just stick to their plan, and that plan just puts them out there in front.
Absolutely, and it's not a team with a lot of flamboyancy. You go in their pit, there isn't a lot of backdrops and clever photographs of the drivers and all that sort of stuff. It's very much an engineering-led team, this, and obviously a tight organisation and family-run outfit with the twin brothers running the operation. And I just think they're so efficient. I think it's all little gains here and there. It's not just one big thing. There's lots of little gains. They're always very good coming into the pits, always quick coming into the pits. They're very efficient changing the tyres, which I'm sure they practice a lot in the workshops. So I think that's what it is. It's about incremental gain.
You know what, Andrew? You are absolutely spot on. Little gains. I remember the Sky cycling team in that documentary that I saw, and that was their term. Small gains will bring you results, and it is that very thing. Little gains. We're in car with the TCR leader. Paul Trustwell is tapping me on the shoulder, though. Paul.
Only to sort of just pick up on what Andrew was saying about the Hare Bear team. Isn't it funny how the more that you practice, the better you get? And because they've done this so often without realising it, they're practicing all the time. And what Ralph Bone just said, just keep driving. They've been together and they've had such good reliability with this car that it never breaks down, so that all the drivers get all the practice they need, whereas some of the other cars which have had problems, they lose an hour here, they lose an hour there. That's an hour's worth of practice that you don't get.
Car moving slowly, and it's a leader of the SP2 class. It's the number 65 Porsche Lorient Porsche. It's going past the pits at a very slow rate in front of us, and we can see nothing apparent on that car. There's no smoke. What I mean by that is there's no smoke trailing, there's no bodywork flailing. It's just going a lot slower than the other cars around it. So a problem there for the 65, currently 10th overall, Alain Demore at the wheel of the Porsche Lorient Porsche. It's leading the SP2 class by about 3 laps, so we will see that deficit come down somewhat. Also into the pits is the Charles Espinal Pro Sport Porsche. It's in for fueling, but we'll keep an eye on that number 65.
Joe,
let's have a word with Nick.
And the 85 comes to a halt, the car that's leading its class and doing very, very well overall. Then in has got Joe Foster, out has got Charles Espinlaub. Interesting thing is they have the single stud, the wheels obviously were on the single nut, but they don't use pneumatic drills, they just use ordinary electric drills. So that obviously limits one issue that might go wrong. We've seen a couple of the air guns fail. Oh, no, penalty, stop. Almost drove through the penalty box there, Joe. I didn't do anything wrong, why have I got a penalty? And the
team manager there,
serving that there. This team manager holds out the paper going, hold on, Joey. No, we've got a few seconds. Most of these ones we're getting a track limit, normally 20 seconds. See if I can grab a quick word with Charles. He's about to get his distinctive battery tender hat off. Looking at he is at the I'm in the way of one of the tyre technicians. And just grab a quick word with Charles. If you can just, he's congratulating his teammates. Off comes the balaclava. He tries to unwind himself from a selection of electrical goods. You had a... you had a... gloves as well. You had a quick look at the tyres when you got out there. Was there a problem?
No, not at all. I like to just take a glance and see what they look like when we're done. It's always a tire management. The Hankooks are great tire. Obviously, as the sun comes up, the conditions change from the last time I was in the car, which was at night. So I just like to get an idea of what I'm feeling and what they look like. It gives me a chance to get a better feedback to the guys. So
warm and windy now for the first time. How's that changed the balance?
It actually helped us a little bit. We kind of tuned our car for a warmer, windier weather, so to speak. So yeah, it's kind of playing into our game. You can see the Hankooks are looking really good. So I think we could have doubled them if we really needed to.
So you're getting no drop off in that hour and 10 minutes then?
No, not at all. It, as long as you manage them right, and like I said, I think we could have doubled them if we needed to. So,
Charles, well done. Great stuff. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. And always a good chat with Charles Espinlaub. Those guys enjoying their racing, and the reason why they chose to stay in the 991 class as the sole car in that class is because they are going for a championship, and they will, as long as they can continue going round and round, they will take maximum points in that class. And the only restriction that they have, they don't even have to keep going round and round now because they could park it. They've all done well because the way the points work.
the only restriction is they all have to do 2 hours behind the wheel because it's a 24-hour race. In order to score points, you have to do 2 hours behind the wheel. But they've all done that as well now. So. But who would want to park it when you've paid to come and participate in a 24-hour race? It's you keep going round and round, don't you?
Yeah, and they clearly have come, and yes, absolutely, they're going for a championship and everything else, but they have repeatedly said they're racing everybody else on the track out there.
Yeah, they've picked up the challenge. We've talked about the challenge of 24-hour racing being, the accolade of finishing the car over the course of the 24 hours. Doesn't matter what you've encountered during that, repairing the car, damage, whatever that may be. It's the challenge in itself is going round and round and round for 24 hours. Those guys have picked themselves up and given themselves a target of just seeing where they will come out later on this afternoon overall. They've got the class in hand. They're going to keep out the way. They're going to be, push without risk, but they have given themselves the challenge of where they are. And to be specific, they are 7th overall, which is a fantastic effort.
Alan Demorge in the SP2 class leading car, the Porsche Lorient car, number 65, you said was going slowly, yes. Joe. It's still not going as quickly as it should. It's just going through the double right, which kind of is it turn 11, isn't it, that brings them back into that final little bit of infield.
He has not come into the pits, though, has he? He's still going slowly, but he's gone round.
Has he gone round again?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's,
yes, he has, hasn't he? So keeping out there. I wonder if he's trying to drive around the problem or something, because he had a lead of 8 minutes in the class. That's now gone down to 6 minutes, 6 minutes 48 seconds. So it's coming down, but they need to prepare whatever it is that's going to fix the car. And he's probably radioing in saying, do we know what to do? And this SP2, I mean, we've had the battle in TCR, which has now, I won't say it's fizzled out, but the gaps in TCR have split up now with the Seat Leon some 4 laps ahead of the 2 Audis, and the 2 Audis separated by 4 laps amongst one another. But we've seen before how quickly that can separate itself out.
All it takes is that alternator failure, and
exactly.
That's dropped the 108 out of contention for the lead, or has it?
Yeah, well, quite, yes. I mean, because we don't know, and there's plenty of time still to go. But what we do have is potentially a battle for SP2, because in second place, the 2 cars there are separated by less than a lap. That's the IDEX Sport Racing Porsche, which has really come back into this race in the second half of it. It was languishing down, but the problems that the Speed Lover Porsche has had have elevated it up into second place in SP2, although Speed Lover would love to be able to have the speed to catch up with Michael Blanchiman, who's at the wheel of the IDEX Sport Porsche number 75 at the moment. But we can go down to the pits. Nick Damon.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with the Porsche Lorient team, the 65 car. The issue was they've lost radio communication with the driver. He thought he was running out of fuel, but what he actually had to do was just switch the pump switch and get the second pump working. So obviously it's been a fuel pump or a switch issue. He's done that now. He's back up to speed. I am guaranteed there is no problem.
Good work, Nick. Thank you for that. Good investigative skills and technique there from Mr. Damon.
He's a sleuth, but he's I was
sleuth.
Thinking,
did you say?
A sleuth?
Oh, right.
Yeah, not a sloth. A sleuth, and he's been sleuthing away there. I was wondering whether they were trying to diagnose something and leaving the car out there whilst they did that. That's kind of what was happening, but they had, obviously, if they've lost communication with the car, then that's going to make things very difficult for them. And I think this is something which, again, has changed over the years, where it is absolutely now a team effort, and that they're talking to the driver all the time, and that suddenly with drivers who are used to talking to the pit wall all the time, if they lose that communication, it's driving with one hand tied behind your back.
It kind of really disadvantages now. We all remember the days when the only communication to the driver was with the pit board every time past the pits. And used to try and cram on as much information. And if you had a driver that wasn't paying attention, I know Andrew's itching to tell us a story, an anecdotal tale.
I have a feeling
one of Marriott's tales of pit boards and pit board antics. But I remember I've hung many a pit board, And it's not, you don't, I used to say to the younger guys in the teams that I've been involved with, don't, just because you hang the pit board doesn't mean the driver's taking any notice whatsoever of it. Andrew?
Well, when I started, it wasn't the Les the guy who basically invented the pit board and all the different numbers and letters.
Yeah.
But before that, we had a piece of chalk.
On a chalkboard.
Chalkboard, yeah.
A little
literally.
handheld
But because what is interesting, in those days, before all this radio communication, a guy came past the pits and he didn't see his time for the lap he was just finishing.
That's right.
He was seeing the time for the lap before. Now, of course, it's all on the dashboard. They know immediately what lap they've done. So communications have come on.
That is another point of interest, because when I started racing, my form of communication was a pit board, and you used to have to get your head around the time you're seeing is not the time you've just done, but the previous lap, and what did I do there in difference to what I've just done, and let's come back round and see what I've just done. And it was yeah, that's a good point.
That's why you used to ignore the board, isn't it?
Yeah, and plus
absolutely.
of course in the 70s when I was covering Formula One, the teams all had different labels for the drivers. It'd be just like 3 letters, a bit like you get on a computer now. So it might say Hill, Clark, Gurn or something like that.
Yeah. And there's a great story about the Swedish Grand Prix in 1975. Vittoria Brambilla in the Beta Tools March, the Orange March 751, was on the pole position by a considerable margin. And I think it was in Max Mosley's book, or Four Guys in a Telephone, about the March team. They actually coughed the job. They admitted that they'd deliberately gotten the pit nearest the timing beam. It was the old style timing beam, and as the car passed through the timing beam and tripped it, that was what gauged the time. But what they did was they swung the pit board and tripped the timing beam before the car actually passed across the timing beam by about 1.2 seconds before the car had actually completed the lap time, putting the car on pole. Now, I remember reading the reports. You probably wrote the report. Actually, I did. 75. But the reports of the Brambilla pole lap being outstanding as how he wrung the car's neck.
I think I was doing the PR for March as well.
Were you really? Well, were you aware of that then at the time?
I might have been.
Come on.
I'm not.
It's way past it's unsanctioned now, that kind of deal.
I heard about it afterwards, not right at the time.
Yeah, I'm sure that was you weren't party to the plan of getting the pit next to I wonder what came first. I wonder whether it was deliberately getting the pit next to the beam or having planted yourself at the pit. Oh, that's the timing beam. I wonder if we can do that.
I think the latter.
Yeah, probably.
And now, because the Formula One pit's all laid out, isn't it? Where they finished in the World Championship, and then it was it was different every race.
Whoever got there first picked his favourite.
Whoever truck got there first.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's a lot of getting there first. We used to have a thing called Peter Waugh was the famous team manager of John Player Team Lotus, and we used to have an unofficial award. It was the Peter Waugh first to the car hire counter competition, and he always won it. He always knew where to stand on the bus when he got off the plane, so he'd get off quickly, so he'd be first at the hire car.
Great stuff.
Yeah, good times. But still great times in racing. Still love it. And terrific stuff. Paul.
So what happened to Jean Alesi in the Canadian Grand Prix when he ran out of fuel after they'd been hanging out the pit board telling him in for 4 laps?
Well, again, you cannot take for granted that just because you're hanging the pit board, the driver is paying any attention. And in fairness, it was the current iteration of just coming out of that chicane. He was probably just checking between his legs to see if they were still there, having come through that chicane, when he should have been looking at the pit board, probably.
Just a quick one, because I've got to rush down to the pits now. You see, this is one of the big things about Herbeth Motorsport. Look at the times that Daniel Alleman doing. We think of those other 3 drivers as all quick and very equal. Alleman is just done with. Actually, the last lap now he's done was a bit slower, but the one he did before was at 2:08. He's, boys, right on it.
There aren't any weak links.
No weak links.
All attention to detail. Thanks, Andrew.
Right. Well, I'll go. If Nick's listening, I'll be down there.
Yeah, he is listening, and you will be down there very shortly to take over from Nick Damon, who's out there in the windy but sunny weather conditions here at Paul Ricard. We're coming up to 2.5 minutes. 2.5 hours remaining in this race. We're coming up to the top of the hour. Midday hurtling towards us here in the south of France and at Paul Ricard. And let's, after that little anecdotal moment of down memory
just
lane.
want to go back to the that thing about the pit boards, because there was always that battle between the pit board and what the crew wanted to hang over the pit wall and what the driver wanted to see. And you would get, particularly an unexperienced pit crew, would hang out an essay that would say everything from lap time and how far you were ahead of the car behind you and behind the car in front, and that there would also be lots of other information. And you're passing a pit board at anything from sort of 80 to 130 miles an hour. You can't possibly take that on board.
One last pit board story before we then, start looking back at this race. We did the 24 Hours of Le Mans kart race, and Gary Robertshaw, who is currently the engineer on the United Autosports LMP3 Championship, or European Le Mans Series Championship winning car, was a pretty good peddler in a kart. He came in with about 4 hours to go, 2 hours to go, something like that, saying the engine has gone off. We was like, oh, really, Sherlock? Just get out there and pedal the car around, the kart round. The car is on its last legs. It's barely. We were in like fourth position. So what I did with the pit board was I told him he was going about 3 seconds quicker than he actually was, to kind of re-motivate him. I didn't want to tell him that he was, 3 seconds off the pace that we needed to be. So I took 3 seconds off whatever his lap time was and got one of our guys to put the pit board out, and that kept him motivated to go round and round. I'm sure he does know that by now, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, and
Dennis Leach, Paul Truswell. Dennis Leach.
I'm not saying anything else. It wasn't me who said that.
Who was it?
No, there's a story there for people who may know it, but I don't think many people will. So we'll leave that one as an in joke.
We'll leave
as I say, I didn't say it. All I did was pass a note to. I didn't tell you even read it out. That was your choice. The leading SP2 class car in the pits. This is Alain Demorge, remember, and this is the car whose fuel pump was turned on remotely by Nick Damon, guaranteeing that the car would be all right. It has been all right since the one-lap hiccup, and Alain Demorge has managed to get 30 laps out of the 65 Lorient Porsche. He's in the fueling area at the moment, and it won't be Nick Damon who's going to be the first one to see him. It'll be Andrew Marriott, because we've not quite clicked up over an hour, but we've clicked up. We've got a slightly shorter stint for Nick, and Andrew Marriott is, I can see, heading down the pit lane now to meet up with Nick Damon. But as I say, into the pits has come the leading SP2 class car, into the fueling lane, I should say. Alain Demorge then with a Porsche Lorient car, and his advantage over the second place car, which is Michael Blancheman in the IDEX Sport Racing car, is 5 minutes. So he may well get out without losing the lead of the class. We'll have to see how quick the pit stop can be, but normally we'd expect a Porsche to be able to turn itself around in under 5 minutes, even in the SP2 class.
Without a doubt, that should remain as it is. We had that slight panic from the Alain Demorge car, the number 65 Lorient Racing car, because we thought that it was having some sort of problem. It turned out just to be that they hadn't turned over to the reserve tank, if you like, of that car, and so they thought they were running out of fuel, or the driver did, but all to no avail. It all worked very well. So he's now in, and having been through the fueling station bit of it, he's now up into his pit.
I wonder if they can actually rectify that problem. I mean, that was what kicked off our stories of pit-to-car communication, wasn't it? The story that Nick picked up on was they have no pit-to-car communication in the that number 65, and I wonder if it's a sort of problem that can be rectified. Nick is down there now, I believe.
Andrew's just taken over, actually. So
Andrew,
I'm down here. I've just been actually covered in brake dust. They just put the blowers on there, and I got a face full of it, so I'm going to need a shower this evening. One thing, I was stepping back on the pit lane after 2 hours, I found I've forgotten how windy it is out here. That Mistral is really blowing down on the pits. and maybe that's why I got the face full of the brake dust. So the 65 car is going to go out again. Yeah, there it goes, and lots of racer tape on the back of it now, and Porsche flat 6 power takes it back into the track.
And keeps it in the lead of the class as well. So, yeah, good quick pit stop for the Lorient Racing team. Very efficient team. They're very experienced at this category of racing. And it was Gilles Blasco who has taken over behind the wheel. I was talking about it being a 5-minute gap. The pit stop was 4 minutes and 14 seconds. Andrew.
Yeah, we're going to do a bit of this translation with Alan DeMorge here through the team. Assistant team manager, still in the lead of the class. You're having a very good race now. What is his hopes for the rest of the race?
But we hope to keep the place, the first place that they had since I don't know how many stints they are doing. All the night they were fighting for the first place, and to keep like going up to the 10th place at the general. So this is to fight.
Yeah. And tell us a little bit about this team, because you've got 2 Porsche dealerships behind the team, haven't you?
Ok, il voudrait parler, que tu lui parles un petit peu de ton relais là, parce que tu avais 2 Porsche derrière toi.
Oui. C'est un relais assez difficile quand même, parce que là la température monte, les pneus étaient un peu rincés.
He said that there was a sting a bit hard because the weather is getting hot, and the wheel is getting hard to drive, and he had to get concentrate because he knew that the Porsche were behind him, so he had to keep on doing
Can you do that again for us?
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Another Marriott Classic pit lane interview there, and I think it's great to hear the drivers talking in their native language, and we have international listeners who could probably help us with the translation sometimes. But we were there with the Porsche Lorient translator, and he basically said that the wind was causing problems with the car out on the track.
And for people who are listening to us on RadioLeMans.com, we had a little dance whilst that was going on to explain what the wind was doing, which was then mirrored by Andrew Marriott, just to reiterate exactly what had been said.
Into the pits has come Benny Simonson in the leading TCR class car. That's the Modena Motorsport Seat. In with Benny Simonson at the wheel. He'll be handing over the car to another of the drivers in the Modena Motorsports team. He's out of the fueling station and into the pits, and no doubt Andrew will be very close by. In fact, let's pop down there now, as Andrew is close by to that leading TCR car. Andrew, are you with that car now?
Yes, I am, and Benny has just hopped out of it. The team going to work, putting on a new set of these very excellent Hankook tyres. And while we talk about that, Hankook, of course, also provide all the tyres for the DTM, and that very big German series only started this weekend, and they'll have another race, a second race, coming up to today. But Lucas Auer won the first race in the Mercedes yesterday, I understand. But they are all on Hankook, so this Korean company doing a terrific job. 10 years ago we'd hardly heard of them, and now they really are a very powerful tyre company. I think the 8th largest tyre company in the world, I believe.
Into the pits has come the FACA Autotech Porsche Cayman. This is the car that needed a good sleep, according to Hans Bruder, one of the team drivers. Now, it did 17 laps with Marco Zollin doing the driving. It should be able to do more than that on a tank full of fuel. It didn't spend as long refueling as I'd expected it to, and I just wondered whether perhaps it hadn't got a full tank of fuel when they brought it in last night. But anyway, they brought it in, they've given it some more fuel, they've I think given it another set of tyres. He's certainly wheeling away a tyre from the place where the 240 was, and it's now headed back out onto the track again. So with a change of driver. No, not a change of driver. Marco Zollin is still behind the wheel of that car, but it's going to need to get a bit of a wiggle on, I think.
At the wheel of the 216, still leading in TCR, Modena Motorsports. Car just being handed over to Francis Tia from Benny Simonson, who's with Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, Benny certainly is. Benny, car has had some problems. Seem to be going well now. You're right in the fight there.
Yeah, we had a drive shift issue a couple of hours ago, so back in the fight. But I think we have a decent gap now, so we're just cruising, no curbs, stay out of trouble at the moment.
Now, you're used to having rather more power than this in a Ferrari. What's it like driving this TCR car?
It's actually really good fun. It's more powerful than I thought it'd be. Handling is awesome fun. Only thing now, you're the one looking in the mirror. It's something you get used to, but knowing from a GT3 how to pass, I think if you kind of know where they're coming and help it, and you can kind of win a bit of time that way as well.
What about the rest of the season, Benny? What are your plans?
I think continue a bit with these guys for the rest of the season, and then some Australian GT and potentially some LMP3 Michelin Cup, but not sure yet on that.
Very good. Thanks very much, Benny Simonson.
Great news that Benny Simonson's going to stay in this series with Modena Motorsports. That is good news. We've had a change for a significant position. Eddie Cheever the third, has moved up into second place in the number 11 Scuderia Praha, ahead of the car collection Audi of Patrick Ujala, car 32, which is now in the pits. And let's not get too excited, though. That's because the Kujala Audi is in the pits scheduled, so that's going to cycle through. Are we getting close, Paul Truswell, to being able to tell who's going to be where when we get towards the finish?
We're getting close to it, but we can't quite tell yet. Let's hear more about this pit stop, though, from Andrew Marriott first, and then I'll go on to that.
Yeah, very quick pit stop there. No driver change. The Finnish former GP3 racer has continued at the wheel, so that is still a super struggle there for second place. That could go anyway.
It absolutely could, Andrew, because there's still this question mark over how far the 32 Audi can go on its tank full of fuel. Conor De Filippi did 27 laps. Kujala's eked 28 laps out of it. Martin Kodrick did 29 earlier on. But as we heard from Conor De Filippi a few moments ago, they seem to have some kind of fueling problem, but what they are able to do, because it's coming in slightly early, is they turn it around more quickly because less fuel has to go into it. And so it seems to be not that they use more fuel, but just that they can't use all of the fuel that's in the tank. Anyway, good news that Kujala is staying behind the wheel, because he is very quick, although he wasn't as quick on that last stint as Conor De Filippi was. But he was still more than a match for Eddie Cheever. Eddie will be out, I would say, for at least another 10 laps, and this is where, to answer your question from a moment ago, Joe, the trying to work out how the rest of the race is going to pan out, because the Ferrari is regularly going 29, 30, maybe 31 laps. In fact, Josef Kral did 33 laps on his last stint. That Ferrari goes further on its fuel, so even if it's equal on pace, if it can get itself into a position where it needs one less pit stop, it'll be able to make up that much more ground going, not having to slow down to 40 kilometres an hour. That's the pit lane speed limit, 40 kilometres an hour for the whole of the length of the pit lane. And of course, refueling takes an age anyway, because it's a very slow process. And even just winding your way into the refueling area takes an inordinately long time. So if you can stay out the pits, it's good news.
Andrew?
Oh yeah, look, I'm just waiting alongside Elmer Grimm here, who is going to get into the car collection car. He's walked off just at the wrong time, because he has got the most fantastic crash helmet design, and Seb was going to show it to us, so he's coming back. Let's see if I can get his attention. Elmer, can we just look at your crash helmet? It's a wonderful crash helmet design. And Elmer's in the hotel business, I believe. Can you tell me the story about the crash helmet? It's wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. Now I have to go in the car.
Oh, he does. He's got to get in the car.
Yeah, the helmet, the suit, and the boots are the clue there.
I was
Mr.
thinking
Marriott.
that was a bit of a giveaway. But
Yeah, he's trying to get in the zone there as Elmer Grimm, trying to get into focus and into focus, and he's got Andrew asking him questions.
And he's 6 feet something, isn't he?
And he's at least 8 foot tall.
Elmar Grimm won a special Radio Le Mans award at Dubai a couple of years ago because with 2 hours to go, the power steering went on he was driving a car collection Audi then, the power steering went. And the team were ready to retire because you can't drive one of these modern-day GT3 cars without power steering. And Elmar Grimm said, we have to get to the finish, we have to get to the finish. I will drive to the finish. And he did. He jumped in, he drove 2 hours with no power steering around Dubai.
Wow.
And he, as I say, we gave him the Spidich Award for He-Man driving. I think that's why he's now put green paint on his helmet as well, amongst other things. But yeah, he is a super tough guy. I mean, he's the guy that you want with you when you go out on the beat with Joe.
Yeah, it's somebody that tall. People are gonna do exactly what you ask of them.
Yeah, you can hide behind him as well.
Absolutely, like several of us are behind him. Stiffy van Dormeren has alerted our attention to the fact that the number 240, the FAC Autotech Porsche Cayman, has moved up a place. It's now in 27th overall, so that continues its fight back. Let's say.
Yeah, when we say that, it's 27th overall in front of the car collection number 33, Audi R8, which retired last evening, so some considerable time ago. But nonetheless, a place is a place, and makes all the difference. The Kirchhoff car now back into the race, the number 34 car down pit lane, and will be joining back into the fray very quickly now.
That car second in the A6 class. I'm not sure whether that was a scheduled stop. Paul Truswell will tell me that it was. Or not. It was indeed. Max Edelhoff stays in the car.
It nearly wasn't because Elmar Grimm nearly wasn't ready because he was having to talk to the pit lane reporter.
Yes, it nearly wasn't. Of course, that is the same car as what we've seen peel off. Elmar Grimm now at the wheel of that car. Now he's 5 laps off the lead of the A6 class, and I believe that might be Andrew Marriott trying to get through. Let's have a word. Let's blast back down to Andrew Marriott, who I think has got.
Yeah, I'm with Max, who's just climbed out of the car. Max, you were doing some very quick times there, right up with the pro times. Very quick lap times.
Yes, we had a perfect car, and we are in the Pro Am class, so we can just drive the 2 minutes and 12 seconds. And we try mostly to be on point every round, and with our car we have a good team, and we did it perfectly.
Are you aware you've used up 8 of the jokers? Are you aware of all that in your head?
Yes, I did. I spoke every round with the team, and sometimes when I had a very good round, I pushed and get the joker, and so we can put a little gap to the back, and I try to hold one joker for the other guys.
Yeah, tell me, how old are you? You don't look that old.
Oh, I'm 21.
21?
Yeah.
Great, we really enjoyed this form of racing. What do you want to do in the future, Max?
I think I stay with the customer Audi Sport and with the team car collection with my father. It's a very nice team, and it's a very nice series here, and so I think I stay here.
Just tell me a bit about Car Collection as a company. Car Collection as a company.
Yes, the Car Collection company is a very big company. They have 2 A8 cars and 1 Audi RS LMS. And they do the Nürburgring VLN races and the 24-hour races here by Creventic. And the team manager Peter Schmidt is a very nice guy. And we have always a lot of fun.
And what about the company as a whole? You do car storage and things like look after a lot of people's cars for them as well, store cars.
Yes, I think like we have an own car, and we are in the team, and we have a very good support.
Very good. I'm just trying to understand that your company also looks after cars for people, and what's it mean, Car Collection? Car storage company.
Okay, the team started with the
with a dealer of cars, so it's an car collection, and it's still a part of the car collection. And the second part of car collection is the race service. Yeah,
that's it. That's what I was trying to get at. Thanks very much. Sorry to make it. Well done. Very good lap times. Well done. Nice lad.
He'd make a very good detective, wouldn't he? Can you imagine trying to get a confession? Marriott getting a confession out of you. He kept pushing there, didn't he?
You just give in straight away.
Where were you on the night of the 12th? No, the 12th.
Yeah, at 11 o'clock.
What I would echo, though, is what Max Edelhoff was saying about the friendly team. One of the advantages of having a little bit of time during the night is I got down into the garages and I was asking a question about various questions of them, and they brought me into the back office to try and find the team manager. The team manager wasn't available, so we then found the guy who was running the team, and I was welcomed up there. Short of being offered coffee and pizza, they were very friendly, very informative, and that is a kind of echo through the whole of this series. Anything that we try and find out as, I say journalists, but trying to find out in order to tell the public what's going on, we get welcomed with very open arms and usually given very good service. So I'd certainly echo that with the car collection team. Big team, 3 cars, plus the Audi, plus the RS3 Audi. They've got the 3 R8s and then the RS3 as well. So they've got a lot on their plate, but they were quite happy to ferret around and find out the answers to what I was trying to find out as well in the middle of the night.
Yeah, you don't seem to find that there's many people who are trying to either spin you a story or just go around it.
Someone who wants to add to the story is Andrew?
I do. I want to find out why he was looking for pizza in the back of a German team. With a German wife, surely he'd be looking for sauerkraut and some sausages.
I wasn't actually even looking for the food at the time, Andrew, because I'd already had some or been offered pizza from the CAD Speed team, and got very good welcome there, as you would expect from James Kay and the crew. Not that I'm on the scrounge all the time, you understand.
Oh, no, we understand, Paul. We understand. They are a good bunch down there at the CAD Speed team. They normally run under RKC, TGM, Ricky Coomber, Tom Gannon, all part of that. David Drinkwater, Mark Simmons, and James Kay, obviously, with Paul White climbing on board to enjoy the rest of the party. David Drinkwater, by the way, is still at the wheel of the 108, currently in 15th overall and 3rd in the TCR class. They've dropped 5 laps to the second place TCR car, and that is the number 333 car collection Audi RS3. That car, as we have seen, is burning its brakes out every 3 hours. Christian Kranenberg is at the wheel of that car, 14th overall, but the TCR class is still being led by that Seat Leon. The Modena Motorsports Leon still leads, with Francis Tia at the wheel of the 216 in 13th overall. Up at the front end of the field, though, nothing has changed other than we have seen Eddie Cheever secure that second place so far. However, looking at the stint times, it looks he's outdone.
Yeah, what's happening is that the Ferrari goes further on its fuel than the Audi does. So each time the Ferrari goes a little bit longer. It's gone for 5 laps now since we had the car collection Audi, the 32 car collection Audi, which remember Patrick Kuyala came in, stayed behind the wheel and has taken the car back out again. So it was a quick pit stop from the 32 Audi, but of course the Ferrari hasn't yet come in. Now, Kuyala still has one more pit stop to make. He'll be able to get to the flag on one more pit stop, I reckon, where Eddie Cheever will also have one more pit stop after this next one, which he owes us, but it'll be a much shorter pit stop because he'll probably be able to do it with fuel only. So the question is whether or not the gap that he will be able to get back is going to be matched by the time that he's going to save by doing that last pit stop as a shorter pit stop. So we can't work it out yet because we need to know how far Eddie's going to go on his current tank full of fuel, and I doubt whether even Andrew Marriott's going to be able to find out how much longer he's going to go, but I would say he's going to be out there for certainly I'll let Andrew find out. He'll stay out for 2 laps and possibly 3 laps, and Andrew may be able to tell us now. What do you know, Andrew?
I won't be able to tell you anything about that now because I've been in the back of the Team Ultron garage, finding the only Danish driver amongst this big French squad, Kim Holgaard. Kim, how does a Danish driver get in with this very French outfit?
Well, we met 2.5 years ago in Sanford, and we had a nice chat. And when we came home, I talked to the team manager, and well, we talked about doing one race, and we did one race, and then one race took the other, and another, and another, and well, I'm still here. And actually, we just talked about it this morning because the team manager came to me and said, if I remembered the first word we talked about when we made our first agreement, and I said, yes, we did. But then he told me the first thing I told him when we met was that he asked me, who are you? And I told, well, you're talking to 100 kilo of Danish power. And that was something that we've been laughing of that all since. So, well, it's good to be here. It's a really, really friendly team.
What's the history of this team? Because I believe they're quite close to Peugeot, but it is a private team.
It's a private team, yes, but with support from Peugeot.
And of course, a very big sponsor, very big company sponsoring it too. Ultron is a very big company.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, Ultron is a big company. Ultron is a very good and big sponsor for the team. Without them, it was not possible.
Of course, you've got a brand new car for the 24 hours here, a car the team's just getting used to. Quite a lot of problems this weekend, so it's been a learning curve for you.
It has been a learning curve, yes. Problem, yes, but new car out of the box. Usually you have some problems that you have to deal with, but we're finding more and more, and we will come very strong back.
Well, thanks very much, Kim. Great to catch up with you and this French squad, because they don't speak much English, you know.
No, not many of them speak English. A couple of them.
You're the official spokesman now.
Yes, they are well, yes. Thank you.
Great stuff down there at Team Ultra. And remember, this was the team that produced our two champion drivers from last year's series, and the little bit different season, as we heard there, teething problems for the brand new 308, and I'm quite sure that they'll just work through their problems. This is only the car's second ever event.
Yeah,
it made its debut at the Red Bull Ring.
When your second ever event is a 24-hour race, then you're bound to get some sorts of problems here or there, and I don't think they should lose heart by that at all. That car has actually performed extraordinarily well for its second ever race.
I'd like to talk about SP2 again, because it's getting very close and we mustn't ignore that. There's 11 seconds only separating first from second in SP2. The Lorient car made a pit stop not so very long ago, remember. Gilles Blasco got into it, and I'm just waiting for him because he's due across the line in a minute, because I like to get a kind of visual portrayal of this. There he goes there across the line in 10th place overall, and the second place car in SP2 goes across the line now 5 seconds behind. So he's taken 10 seconds off the leader in SP2 on that lap. 5 seconds out of a 10-second gap. So on this lap around, if Michael Blanchimont at the wheel of the numbered 75 IDEX Sport Racing Porsche SP2 class car can lap as quickly as he did on the previous lap, next time he comes around to be right on the tail of the Lorient car. So we'll keep an eye on that one, and hopefully we'll be able to get it on the TV stream as well, and talk them around as they come through. Blanchimont has fuel enough for at least 7 laps, so he's going to might be able to get into the lead, but if he does get into the lead, he's going to have to come in at some point in order to get it refueled, and that will hand the lead back to the Lorient car.
So an actual battle on track at this very late stage, coming towards the 2 hour to go mark, and as Paul described, it's the number 65 Gilles Blasco driven Porsche Lorient Porsche at the head of the SP2 class, but absolutely gaining is that number 75 Michael Blanchimont IDEX Sport Porsche, catching as at the front of the field comes into the pits the number 11 Eddie Cheever driven Ferrari of the Scuderia Praha team. He will hand over the car to the next driver, and that car now relinquishes second place back to the car collection Audi R8 of Patrick Kujala. back out on the track, though. It's the SP2 battle.
Absolutely, and there's nothing much between those two cars, but as we know that there is going to be. There has been a change.
It has changed.
There has been a change, yes. And but there is a pit stop very, very imminent. The two cars, they're
now then, Paul,
nip
can I just put in 75 has overtaken 65. The car behind it on the track at the moment is the 85 car. That's ahead of it on the road. That's in the 991 class. The SP2 battle is the number 75, now going into 10th place overall. The 65 will drop down to 11th place overall. So that's a change for position in the SP2 class, and just getting in amongst it and probably disturbing the equilibrium of that battle was the 85 Pro Sport car. At the Ferrari pit, though, we've got Andrew Marriott.
Yes, and they've just done a pad change front and rear. Now, if you're an inexperienced pits reporter, you go and pick up the brake pad and say, look at this, look how much it's worn. But I've been doing this a long time, so I know if I do that, I'll burn my fingers. I'm going to try and grab hold of Eddie Cheever in a moment, but the right front just going on, and then the car will be away again because they've done that change on the pad.
Who's getting in, Andrew?
Say again, Paul.
Who's getting in?
Oh, didn't see because I was too busy looking at it.
Right, because it's on the rotation, it should be Yuri Pizarich, but...
I think I did see it. Yes, I think it was Yuri. Yeah.
Okay, as I say, that would be the logical choice on the rotation for that car, but generally, both Malicelli and Kral have been quicker than Pizarich, and I just wondered whether they might have skipped Pizarich in order to get either Malicelli or Kral back in the car. They're not over their driving time, they've had enough rest time, so either of them could get in, and as the car goes out, it is actually Malicelli. The driver ID identifies itself, or the driver ID system identifies who's at the wheel as it goes through the pit exit, and it is actually Malicelli who's taking it over, so he has skipped the rotation on Yuri Pizarich that time. That means the Ferrari will go as quickly, but usually Kyala has been able to have the legs of it, but of course Kyala has this slightly more thirsty Audi, the car collection car number 32.
I think we may have Andrew with Eddie Cheever. Andrew? No, maybe not. Well, we've got...
Where he's gone. I think I might have an idea where he's gone, actually. I'm hoping he's going to pop back in a moment and we'll catch up with him, but nowhere to be seen at the moment. Could be a comfort stop.
Good point, but he needs to get with the programme. This is 24-hour series racing, and he needs to talk to you, Andrew, before he disappears for anything comforting.
Let's get the priorities right here. Andrew Marriott is at the top of that list, whatever happens. We're now getting that sort of countdown feel towards the end of the race, aren't we?
We certainly are. We're coming towards the 2 hour to go mark. And what I want to ask Paul, are we in a position, Paul, as we see the second and third place cars, Patrick Ajala in the 32 Audi R8 and Matteo Malicelli now in the number 11 Ferrari. We've seen these cars swap backwards and forwards as we've cycled through their pit stops, and is it going to come down to just where that pit stop cycle is when the checkered flag comes out, or are we going to see a little bit of readjusting from either of the teams?
Well, the advantage is undoubtedly with the car collection car. That has the track advantage now. Both cars have one more pit stop to make, and the car collection Audi is significantly ahead of the Ferrari, now in the hands of Matteo Malicelli. But as I say, it's all a question of how much fuel and how often the Audi is going to have to stop. It should be able to get to the flag. Both these cars should be able to get to the flag on one more pit stop. 2 hours to go. They can certainly run for an hour on a tank full of fuel. But as I say, the Audi's pit stop is going to be longer because they're going to have to put in more fuel when they make their pit stop than the Malicelli Scuderia Ferrari will have to. But I think now we can go down to Andrew Marriott and Eddie Cheever.
Eddie, another good stint there. Big battle still going on with the Audi, but we understand they're having to stop more often than you for fuel. They're not going so far on the fuel. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but they're a lap over us, so it's going to be difficult to overtake them. There's 2 hours left, and anything can happen still. We lost so much time during the night for a light that didn't work. And
silly thing.
Yes, very silly, but the team is really, really good, and we've been up to pace the whole time, and hopefully we were lucky in the last 2 hours and we can gain a position or two.
I want to ask you a question about being a second generation driver. You've gone with your father's crash helmet design. Is it exactly the same or is it a bit different?
No, it's a little bit different. Actually, my dad doesn't like it that much because I touched it a little bit. He's more, I want it simple. Mine has a little bit more stuff on it, but it's, I try to personalize it, but I want to keep it in the family. So the star for me is really important, and also the colors on the helmet. I want them to be the same as my dad.
They look great. Just to ask you a question, the damage with the light at the side, was that just an electrical failure, do you know, or was it caused by an incident?
No, it wasn't caused by an incident for sure, but I'm not sure if it was an electronic problem or just something didn't work on the car, but the team responded really well, and we were just unlucky because for the rest of the 22 hours we were really, really fast, and it's a shame. We could have been up there with Porsche today now.
Very well done. You've done a super job this weekend. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Eddie Cheever there. Eddie Cheever the third. That's Eddie Cheever, former Formula One driver, former Renault, Benetton and Indy 500 winner. And great to hear from him. With 2 hours to go then, we've had 22 hours of racing. Here are our rankings in the 24 hours of Paul Ricard. Herbert Motorsport 5 laps ahead of the rest of the field. Car 911 leads the race. Car Collection Motorsports Audi R8 car 32 is in second. A further 2 laps behind that is the Scuderia Praha Ferrari car number 11 in third. Fourth place is the GP Extreme Renault RS01 car 28. The first of our AM class runners is the number 1 Hofer Racing Mercedes in fifth, and in second in the A6 AM class is the Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 car 34 in sixth place overall. The only car in the 991 class is in an outstanding 7th place overall. That's the number 85 Pro Sport Performance Porsche. Rofco Racing, still recovering from that early setback, is in 8th place overall in the number 31. GP Extreme, their second Renault RS01, the 27, is in 9th, and the first of our SP2 runners, just taking the lead of that SP2 class, the IDEX Sport Racing Porsche car 75 rounds off the top 10. Porsche Lorient Racing car 65 has just lost the lead of the SP2 class, and that is in 11th place. 12th place is the Speed Lover Porsche car 78. Then we have the leader of the TCR class, the Modena Motorsport Seat Leon car 216 is 13th overall. Second in the TCR class, the Car Collection Audi RS3 car 333 is 14th. Third in the TCR class, the Cadspeed Racing with ATEC Audi RS3 car 108 is 15th. 16th is the 4th place TCR car, that's the Team Ultron car 308, the Peugeot 308, and the only runner in Cup 1, the Duo Racing BMW with a fine performance, currently still running out there in 17th place. Out of the race at the moment, the SPS Automotive Mercedes car 24 will be 18th. 19th will be the VDS Racing Adventures Mark Focus V8 car 58. The sister Team Ultron Peugeot 908 retired a little while ago and rounds off the top 20. 9 cars still remain in the field to be classified. The Vortex V8 203 is 21st. IDEX Mercedes, IDEX Sport Racing's Mercedes car 17 will be 22nd. The second Vortex V8 car 204 will be 23rd. Leading and classified as the leader of SP3 is the Lotus Evora, that is now no longer running. That's in 24th place. The Insight Racing Denmark Honda Civic in car 24, that's 25th. APO Sports Porsche will be classified 26th. Still running out there and gaining laps back is the FAC Autotech Porsche Cayman. It's in the SP3 class and gaining for the lead and top step of the podium in the SP3 class. That car is 27th overall. 28th is the Car Collection Audi Motorsport car number 33. That Audi ending its race nosed into the barriers very early on. And the Optimum Motorsport, the first of our retirements, will be classified as 29th. That's car 231. So with 2 hours, we're inside of 2 hours, gentlemen. This is where we start to get very serious. and we are going to have a look at this Paul Ricard circuit. We are currently on board for our RadioLeMans.com listeners. We'll take you round in your heads, if I can describe the track. We've come through the Sing corner, which is turn 10 towards the end of the lap. We then go into a very technical sequence of corners to end the lap. We're into the very never-ending right-hand sweeping more than 180 degree turn 11. We're then into, again, another 180 degree turn of turn 12. You let the car swing out and then bring the car back to clip the apex, go out to the outside curb of turn 13, which is a sweeping right-hander, hug the curb on the right to optimize the line into turn 14. This is the one where you have to keep the car very well tucked into the left and not let the car drift out as you would normally, because the Virage du Pont is the final corner here at Paul Ricard, and it's all important. It's a virtual hairpin, it's very, very tight, and you cross the line to complete the lap, but we start another lap along the straight, pits on the right, grandstands on the left, and we head down towards turns 1 and 2. It's not the same as the first iteration of Paul Ricard back in 1969 when the circuit was built. It's a much tighter and heavy braking area for the very tight left-right sequence, just over a little undulation there, over a brow, and then to the curving straight. I say curving, it's not really a curve, it's pretty much flat out, down towards the very heavy braking for the very tight right-hander at turn 3, which is leads straight onto turn 4, which is a left-hander.
Hook the curb
on the left, because that will set you up for the turn 5. Let the car drift out to the curb on the left, and then take a conventional line through what will be turn 6. This is a very, very hard corner on the left-hand front tyres, an all-important turn 7. Sweeping left-hander onto the first part of the Mistral. This Mistral straight was renowned to be 1.8 kilometres long. We've now punctuated it with a chicane right in the middle of it. It's the Chicane du Nord, which forms turn 8 and 9. It's a very, very heavy braking. We've seen cars suffering with braking, none more so than the car we are in car with, the 333 numbered car collection Audi RS3, turning left, then turning right through the chicane, carrying the speed through the right-hander, and we go back out onto the Mistral to complete a lap. Back onto the second part of the Mistral. Let's head down to the pits, though, where the action is with Andrew Marriott.
Yes, but sadly not much action anymore in the VDS garage. I've got Ryan McLeod here, who's behind the marked cars. Just tell us what the problem is. Seems to be in the engine department, Ryan.
Yeah, it looks like we've failed a piston or something internal. So we're out for the day, which is unfortunate. It's a long way to come for a race, and it's a great race to be in, but we're not going to make the end of this one.
Now, you're building these cars back in Australia, is that correct?
Yeah, we've made 15 of the cars now. Yeah, so we started. We bought the first 3 cars out here to Europe in 2013, and we raced them, and they went really well, and we're still running those cars now. And to add to those, we've now made 15 cars. So. And Raphael is one of our customers and one of our race teams, so he asked me to come out and compete with them this weekend.
And such a famous team, of course, from the past, from Formula 5000 days, before you can remember probably, VDS was one of the absolute top squads.
Yeah, and don't worry, Raphael gave me the book, and I studied it, so I'm a little bit versed on the history of the team, and it is a fantastic team, and it's great to be involved with them, and it's fantastic that they've chosen the Mark car to use as their vehicle to compete in the Creventic Series in this year.
But your family's got history as well. Your dad won the famous Bathurst race there on Mount Panorama. Were you there as a kid?
Yeah, I was there. 1987. It was the last year that Peter Brock won Bathurst, and my dad was one of the drivers in the team. There was 3 drivers in the car that day, and yeah, they won the race there in 1987. So a long time ago, but I suppose it's led me to where we are today.
Yeah, I knew Brocky quite well. He's quite a character, wasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly was. He's Australia's Dale Earnhardt. So, yeah, he was, he's certainly an icon in Australia, and it was a fantastic thing for my father to achieve in his career.
Fabulous to have you here. Great to have another country represented, an Australian-built car racing in France. I think that's a first as well.
Yeah, well, it is, and I think they sound fantastic, so you can always hear the Mark car when it comes past.
Do you think you'll be going to the COTA race?
Yes, we plan to be in the Coda race. Raphael will have his car, and then we'll bring 2 more from Australia. So you'll be able to hear 3 of them there in the Circuit of Americas. We're looking forward to it.
Terrific news. Great to speak with you. And, well, go and have a well. You're going to go down the Côte d'Azur this evening and get a little bit of rest and recreation.
Yeah, I might have a couple of light ales just to relax a bit after the weekend.
Don't think you'll find any Fosters down there, mate. Thanks very much.
No worries. Thank you.
No worries.
I wouldn't expect anything else from an Aussie to have a few bevies tonight to relax. And great news, the Mark Cars bringing a further 2 cars to Quarter. When we've concluded here in, well, it's an hour and 50 minutes before we see the checkered flag here at the 24 hours of the Circuit de Paul Ricard. We reconvene on the 30th of June, 1st of July for the 12 hours of Imola. And then we're off to Portimao in Portugal for the 24 hours of Portimao at the end of August, 25th, 26th, 27th of August. And then the 2017 24-hour series finishes and concludes at the 24 hours of Quarter in Austin in Texas. It'll be the second 24-hour race in the USA. The other being, of course, the iconic Daytona 24 hours. But we will be at Quarter on the 10th, 11th and 12th. And there's a lot of interest in Quarter. And that bodes very, very well to end the season on a big, big high. I can see a big, big high to Mr. GM Lippmann, who has popped in with his usual Franglais ice cream. Thanks, Jimmy. You're making this a bit of a tradition now that you bring us ice cream at Paul Ricard.
Well, it's either chips at Zandvoort or
Yes.
pot noodle or Mr. Lee noodles at Silverstone. And
Yes, 'cause it's
the
cold.
sun's out. It's 22 degrees. It reminds me like the south of France now.
Yeah, we are in the south of France now with that blue sky. Jimmy, you were in the car earlier. We're talking about the 333 car collection Audi RS3. It was a very, very hard-fought TCR class when you were in there. Firstly, before we talk about how the TCR class looks like we're settling, what was that stint like? We saw it. You were on camera a lot because you were actually racing.
Yeah, it was like a 20-minute sprint race for 95 minutes. It was great, just great fun. I mean, sometimes when you go out in an endurance race, you're just racing against the clock. But the last few races, and this one especially, we're racing the car in front of you. So I get the car behind you, you need to keep behind you, and the car in front of you, you need to overtake. And I remember we were 3 abreast coming down the Mistral Straight, going into the chicane, and we were literally door handle to door handle like a touring car, like Brands Hatch BTCC.
Yeah.
A lot of fun, and we both dived in there, or all 3 of us dived in there, and I somehow managed to hit the pit limiter.
Oh, really?
And I was like,
oh
my God.
really?
And I still don't know how I did it. And then, 3 or 4 seconds to figure out why is the car slow, and then figuring out what button to press. And they were gone down the back straights. Oh, crikey. So now I'm going to have to chase them down. And I chased them down and managed to catch up. They were slowing each other down a little bit. And then, 10 or 15 laps later, I went past the Audi and then the Seat a few laps after that. So it was great fun. And that's what, it's great to be racing against the clock. But when you're racing against your competitor, and I looked over whoever it was, I forget who was driving the Audi, and we looked over each other on the pit straight and we little nodded to each other.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great fun.
Absolutely.
And we give each other room.
Let's just pop down to the pit lane. Andrew Marriott. Andrew, have you got anything for us?
Yeah, where's my ice cream, Jamie? Sam and I are ready for it.
He's asking where his ice cream is.
Coming.
His timing has been perfect, I've got to say. Mr. Marriott might be the most experienced commentator in the team with us this weekend, but his timing for refreshments has been rubbish, hasn't it, mate? It's every time there's been coffee here, he's been down there. Now you bring ice cream and he's down there. And you're going to be down there for another hour and 20. So we'll try and keep it cool. If not, we might have to eat it, Andrew. Getting back to your car, though, Jamie, the car collection Audi RS3. You're currently in P2 in TCR. You guys have been disadvantaged somewhat by the brakes. Now, we're not seeing that on the other RS3. So what do you think is the problem there?
It was just poor pad choice.
Material
yeah,
choice.
We brought the wrong pads. We had a new pad material that was supposed to last at least half the race, and it was gone within 4 hours.
Oh, really?
And we were basically just down to mid and sprint pads, and so we were changing every 3 hours at one point.
Right. So that means great braking from them, I would imagine, with a very soft pad material, but not very good for this kind of racing.
Well, unfortunately, we actually had to be even more careful with the brakes to try and make the brakes last. So we were lifting and coasting, basically lift and coast, what you hear on the Formula One.
Just like Formula One.
We were lifting, coasting, and trying to save fuel and trying to save the brakes just to make them go a little bit longer. So that was also, whilst my stint, I was chasing everyone down and still trying to save brakes.
Right,
it was
really, you
quite
sometimes
challenging.
can't do that, can you? The leader is into the pits. 911 is into the fuel station. Daniel Alleman bringing that car in for its all right on schedule, I'm told, over my shoulder. It's going to be in the pits into its pits proper. It's in the fuel station at the moment, so being refueled. Daniel Alleman will probably hand that car over to one of the Renauers now. It'll be Robert Renauer who's due in the car, but we'll find out from Andrew Marriott if that will be the case, and it will be fueled. That's getting towards being fueled to the end. Just give me, I know you're having your lunch, Paul. It won't quite go to the end, so we are going to see a splash and dash. So all getting to be exciting stuff as the 108 car also in the pits, in third place, in and out of the pits. 108 now with James Kay. So they've held that one back. So Jamie Lippman's still here with me, looking at that 108. He is the car behind you in class by they've dropped 7 laps. That they had a problem with their alternator. But you know what? Like we've said here, the 24-hour racing, especially at Paul Ricard, 7 laps sounds like a lot, but it's not, is it? In time.
Not at all. I mean, last year with the 991 class, nobody wanted to win that class. Every car was in and out the pits, and where our car finished, basically covered in tank tape. I still can't believe it managed to finish. But this TCR class is going to go literally down to the last 20 minutes, I think. We've got to stop again. We're about to come in for our pit stop, and Rick is going to get in the car, and we will be fueled to the end.
So you're leaving your bullet in for the last shot.
I thought I was going to finish, but the way it's worked out, Rick's going to finish, and we don't have to stop again. But P1 car does. We're going to be very, very close at the end.
Right,
very close.
That's going to be great to look forward to. Andrew Marriott's in the pits, though.
Yes, indeed. Robert Renauer getting ready to climb in with his white and fluorescent green driving boots. And he is at the ready as the car stops right at my feet here. The boys go to work with the tyre change. It's just going to try and time it. A bit late on the watch, just checking this out. This is going to be probably no more than about 40 seconds down here. Driver change almost complete. The rear's going on now, rattle guns going, guys raising their hands, just actually being held up a little bit by getting the driver completely belted in, and now the car goes off. Huge plumes of smoke. Do you know one of the things I love about this series? They can do that. In WEC, they're not allowed to do that. Madness. I think it's wonderful. And to smell that smoke up the nostrils.
I can't think of a better term than not allowing wheel spinning off the pit apron. Madness, Andrew Marriott has just said, not allowing that to happen. And we've just seen the Porsche 911 numbered Motorsport Porsche just wheel spinning its way back into this race with Robert Renauer back at the wheel of that car. And we've heard from Paul Truswell that car will be having to pit before we get to the finish of this race. Jimmy, we'll just let you get back down to the pits.
I will add one thing. Funny enough, I almost was driving with James Kay.
So in that car?
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
We were discussing it before Car Collection offered me a drive. So, so it was quite actually fun to try and be overtaking those guys because I wanted to beat them because obviously I was going to jump in their car. But
yeah.
It's going to be very close. Very close.
It is. Now, you were telling me the other day that you are doing very well in the points situation for our TCE series, which is resuming at the 24 Hours of Mazzano on the 7th, 8th, 9th of July.
Yeah.
Have you got anything geared up for that? What would we like to see you?
Listen, I might be in a Ginetta again. Might be in an Audi. Who knows?
All right, you're keeping it secret.
It's a beautiful place of the world. Ideally, if you can go with somewhere with a nice beach, that suits me as well.
I know Mazzano is a beautiful area. Let's pop down to the pits, though. Daniel Alleman is with Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, he certainly is, Daniel Alleman from Switzerland, with a big smile on his face. Very good session for you. You're almost as quick as those our twins, you know.
Yeah, I have a lot of experience. Yeah.
You didn't mention your sponsors.
What's the track like now? There's a lot of rubber out there. Do you have to be a bit careful keeping away from all the marbles?
We didn't do a very NASCAR-style job.
Careful after a half an hour, then the tires go away. But in the starting, it's very fine. I push, and my goal was 208, and I get my goal. Yes. 208. It was
good. I saw that
today. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
You're pleased with that?
Yes. Yeah. I have experience now. It's fine.
What do you think is so special about this team? They just do everything well, don't they?
Special about what?
The team, it just does everything well, very efficient.
Look, we have a very, very good people. People that they work along by Herbert, and we work together. We are supported by Porsche. Everything is good. We have a good car.
Done a great job. You're done for the day now.
Yes.
Next stop.
Next stop. Wait.
Might be that podium.
Yeah. We hope so. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Yes, let's not put any kind of commentator's curse on that leading car. It has dominated this race. It's back out into the lead. A car that has had problems but is still out there running is the number 240 FAC Autotech Porsche Cayman. That car has moved up another place. It's now up to 26th. However, it did slow alarmingly on the Mistral, and it did slow down, looking like it was about to stop. But for some reason, only that the driver will be able to tell us about it, kicked back into life, and it's back out circulating at what looks like racing speed. Or does it? No. Or is it not? Broken front end of the car. He comes across. Now then, does that look like a puncture? He's come across the infield virtually towards pit in, or has he stopped the car? It looks. Does that car look lower on the left-hand front end of the car? He gets the car going again. He's across on the infield towards the pit entrance, and he does indeed bring that car onto pit road. Looks like a problem with the front left corner of the 240. So their tale of woe is not finished. We thought that car was going to be out and circulating and going round and round and seeing how far it could recover to. But more problems for the FAC Autotech team and the 240 Cayman, the GT4 Cayman. Very popular car in GT4 across the world. It appears that it is a popular choice. Typical Porsche, usually a very bulletproof car in anyone's hands, but that car seeing further problems. Andrew Marriott down there in the pit lane will no doubt be going and having a pry to see what now on the list of Tale of Woe.
I think that we were seeing there quite possibly two different problems. I think we were seeing that certainly the car is low on the left front, and that might be a puncture or anything else. But the car twice now out on that lap stopped and then restarted. I've got a nasty feeling this is where we've been before.
Yes, I think that's what was going through Hans Bruder's mind as well. I was just having a look at what their strategy is, because their previous pit stop I thought was a little bit earlier than it should have been. Well, what they're trying to do is to get their drivers up to 2 hours driving time in order to score points, and then regardless of whether they finish first or whether they finish second in the class, they will at least get points in the Creventic series and not have to worry because they will qualify. They've already done their 60%. It's just a question of whether they can get the car and get the drivers to do their 2 hours. Now, frustratingly, Hans Bruder has fallen just short of 2 hours driving time in total, if I've done my sums right. But I'll double check those in a moment when we get something else happening. So the car in its garage at the moment, and you're absolutely right, Paul, there is some tape going on to the front of the car.
But we did actually see that car coming to a halt out on the circuit rather than simply slowing down because of any problems, that there may have been contact there, because there are definitely bits hanging off that car which we wouldn't expect. Now, whether that is, again, cause or effect, that big conundrum that you always have they gone off because there's been a problem, or has it simply been that they've hit something or been hit by another car? They don't seem to be delving into the body of the car as we saw earlier on to try and get all the various different electronics out. That is a physical problem that car has rather than an electronic one, because it is the front end of the car. The car is up on its stilts, but let's see what Andrew can tell us down in pit lane. Andrew.
Oh yeah, I'm down here, and there actually seems to be a cosmetic problem with the obviously the front spoiler, as you can see, is being race taped back into place, and that seems to be the main problem. There's other odd bits of bodywork hanging off. I'm going to try and dive in with the team here. They're all looking at pictures on a screen here. Maybe I could just ask them what the problem was. So Heinz Brunter's here, actually. Let me get Heinz. Heinz. What happened here with the front?
I don't know. A curb. It was only a curb. It was no contact with another car.
But you stopped. You came to a stop.
We don't know. The same problem as yesterday.
Oh, so they were unrelated. The front is unrelated to it just stopping. Yeah. Yeah. You're still learning with this car.
Same problem, but we don't know what is the reason. We don't know.
You'll probably find it out in a week's time.
Yeah. Maybe we have to sleep 1 hour and then the car as well.
Yeah, very good. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Andrew. And hearing that story, yes, there are two separate problems there. One is the damage, and as we heard, that's about that car going over a curb, not having hit another car or hitting a barrier or anything else. It's just the curbs here have caught that car out. But far more importantly, it's about the other side of this, which is that that car is cutting out again. And that's going to be something which they will be very, very worried about, Paul.
No, just getting in-car shots from the Modern Motorsports Seat, and that doesn't look like it's going at full pace to me. It's not going at that slower pace, but it does look a little bit down. We'll see in a moment when it gets overtaken. Sometimes the camera... No, maybe it is going at full pace. So it's Francis Tia behind the wheel of the car at the moment. He still leads the TCR class, and his margin at the moment is just about 7 minutes in terms of laps. That's 2 laps at nearly 3 laps that he has, 2 whole laps, nearly 3 laps that he has. And nothing wrong with the pace of that, because he's coming up behind the BMW 235i and going past it.
No, I think that was just a trick of the perspective, because there weren't any other cars in shot when we saw that, but it's certainly up there and running now, and is using all the right racing lines, so that the 216 Modern Motorsport car with Francis Tia in currently crossing the start-finish line side by side with the BMW, but there's certainly nothing wrong with that Seat. It's going extraordinarily well and has gone for most of this race, and I'm trying desperately hard not to do the curse bit, but it's going well. The whole TCR class has been an eye-opener in many ways. They looked for the first half of this race to be pretty bulletproof, that they were going well and everything else. We knew that the Peugeots were going to, if not going to have trouble, then they were on a learning curve anyway. I'm intrigued by what we heard from GM Lippmann just now about the fact that they had made a bad choice for the whole thing of brake pads, and that's a significant difference that they had there.
Yeah, and the beauty of the TCR class is that when we get to the Touring Car Endurance Series races, GCE Series races, this is the main class. That's the class that's battling for overall honours. So, yeah, you do get this great battle building up there, and we have had a good race throughout. But, you know, that they... Sometimes happens with purpose-built race cars. There do have some little fragilities sometimes that you don't get in cars that are built for the street. And once you've dialed all of them out, then you can keep them dialed out. The problem with having a car that's built for the street, when you've got a problem, as we heard from Heinz Bruder with the Cayman, it's one of those horrible problems that you take back to the dealer and you can't fix it, and it becomes more of a problem. So you tend to dial out the problems on the TCR, and I think that's what we've seen over the couple of years that the TCRs have been welcomed into the Creventic series, that gradually, A, they become more popular, B, they become more reliable, and as a result, as a consequence, we've got some great racing going on in that class.
Absolutely, but I think it's so right what you say there about taking your road car back to the dealer and saying there is an intermittent problem, but it's okay at the moment, because they'll just say, well, there's nothing we can do until
That'll be 70 quid,
down.
please.
Yeah, yes, but it's 70 quid. And that's exactly the problem that they have right now. So we've got the number 32 car is in for fuel, and will shortly be working his way down to pit lane from second place.
And this is Patrick Kayula coming into the pits with the car collection Audi number 32, coming in for fuel. Now this is another short stint, but it doesn't matter, because in any case Patrick Kayula is out of driving time. He was coming in anyway, because he did a double stint last time, if you remember. He stayed in the car. He's by far the quickest driver in that car, although I'll rephrase that. He and Connor De Filippi, between them, are the quickest drivers in that car, because earlier on in the race it was Kayula who was quickest, but Connor had a really good stint at his last go behind the wheel. However, now we need to see whether or not they'll put Connor back behind the wheel to do the run to the flag, and that car is now getting to the point where if they were confident of the fuel, they'll be able to get it to the flag on the fuel. But I think we'll probably see another pit stop from the 32 car. Another pit stop will come as well from the Ferrari, number 11, Matteo Malicelli, trying to close that gap. But he will have to make another pit stop as well. The problem that Malicelli has in the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari is at the last pit stop, remember, it was Andrew who told us they changed the pads on that car. That took a little bit longer. It wasn't an awful lot longer, but it was enough to just delay it by about a minute and a half whilst they did that pad change. And that's given Malicelli a bigger mountain to climb, as it were, in trying to close the gap between himself and the Audi, which has now come out of the fueling station, is heading down in towards the pit area. Is Andrew going to be there?
Andrew, I think, is there. So let's see what have you got there, Andrew?
Yes, I am, and the pit stop, their penultimate pit stop, we presume, is taking place. Fresh set of Hankook going on, and Connor De Filippi has got back into the car.
Good.
And just being strapped in, and car off the jacks and fires up, and away it goes. Now here's a little fact. I think the engines for those R8s are actually built in Hungary, not in Germany.
Well, that's a bit of information we didn't know. Thank you, Andrew Marriott, for that, because the R8 now down pit lane. And we've also just had the Rofco car go back into the fray about a lap ago. We talked with that car about the fact that on dipped beam, the right-hand headlight wasn't working, and that's been the way pretty much all the way through this race. When that car was in the pits, it also now shows that the left-hand headlight the lens has been smashed. So they're certainly having a problem with that. Paul?
Yes, I mean, now that it's pure daylight, it doesn't actually matter. There aren't the same regulations as we have in WEC racing, where you have to have the headlights on all the time. Creventic races, if it's daylight, you can turn your headlights off. If it's dark, you turn your headlights on. If the weather gets bad, you'll get a message on the screen saying turn your headlights on. So it kind of matters what you do on the road, really. Yeah. What I was going to say, yes, that pit stop, Conor De Phillippi taking over from Patrick Kayula, a very quick pit stop, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, 3 minutes 39 seconds he was in the pits, and that's allowed Conor De Phillippi to resume still in second place. Remember, every other pit stop that car has made, it's lost second place. Every other pit stop since 8 o'clock this morning, at least, it's lost second place, and the Scuderia Praha has taken over second place. That pit stop, a quick one, added to the fact that the last pit stop for the Malucelli Ferrari was a longer one, means that the Audi was able to maintain its second place. So it is hard work, and it is going to be even harder work in the closing stages of this race for the Scuderia Praha Ferrari to be able to make it a battle to second.
And down to pit lane.
Yeah, I'm with Patrick here. Your last stint. One more pit stop, I guess, now.
Yes.
How's the car? Is it in reasonable condition?
Yeah, it's good. Just watching out for the brakes, saving brakes, because they're quite at the edge, I have to say. So yeah, saving brakes.
I'm not sure if you're aware, you managed to stay in second position during that pit stop sequence. You are still second.
Yeah.
Always a chance for victory.
Always. I mean, it's such a long race. It will be decided in the last lap who wins, basically. Everything can happen, so let's hope for the best.
Thanks very much. Have a well rest. Let me go. Oh, Jamie Littman was down here a second ago. There he is. Let me go. Come here. Come here. He's coming, look. Come on. Where's that ice cream?
I was just getting it. We'll have ice cream on the podium.
Okay, good idea.
So confirmation, at least then, from Kayula that the car is going to make one more pit stop. Let's say with the shorter range that 32 Audi has displayed, and the fact they do want to play it a little bit safe, Conor De Phillippi will be thrashing it to within an inch of its life for the remaining hour and 24 minutes. But as a result of doing that, then he's going to need a splash of fuel, as will the race leader, Robert Renauer, whereas Matteo Malucelli, he will have to make another pit stop for fuel, but he'll also have to give up the wheel of the car because otherwise he'll go over his 2-hour driving limit. So I'm guessing that we're going to get Josef Kral put back in for the final stint. The question will be is how far into the fuel Malucelli goes, and whether he stays in right until the last minute and then hands the car over to Josef Kral just to bring it home to the flag. But be assured that both of those cars running in second and third places are going to be driven very hard indeed for the remainder of this race.
They are indeed, and that we were hearing there that there's still all to play for in this, and that we're now in a position where we can start counting down the pit stops, and not only the pit stops but how long they are likely to be, and that's now what all the various team managers will be doing as well. That Robert Renauer out in the lead there is looking very strong, let's say, in first place in the 911 Porsche. The Conor De Phillippi and Matteo Malucci cars, yeah, they could go either way, and we are certainly beginning to see a lot of these cars with minor bodywork damage, just the odd knock here and there, but that can cause problems. We've seen one or two who had difficulties across the curbs and those sorts of things. You only need to be coming into the pits with a bit of flapping bodywork, and it can make all the difference.
A similar situation to the situation we have for the second place battle as well, happening in SP2, in that the lead currently held by the number 65, and it's coming to the pits already. I was about to say the number 65 Porsche Lorient entered car, Gilles Blasco, having brought the car into the pits just now. And as I say, I was expecting it to say a couple laps more maybe, but he's brought it in now. It will be able to get to the flag on the fuel that they are putting into it now, but the number 75 car, which is the IDEX Sport racing car in this class, the Porsche class, the IDEX Sport car in the Mercedes one, the A6 Pro class, that was a long time ago, a retirement, but the IDEX Sport Racing Porsche, Roman Wozniak, currently behind the wheel of it, 75. That's going to be able to go not to the flag, but a lot further. Now, the gap between those two cars was under 3 minutes when they came into the pits. Pit stop round about 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. So we're going to see a change in SP2 through this pit stop, but no more fuel stops for the number 65 car, but one more fuel stop, a quick one, for the IDEX Sport Racing car. So we've got a very good battle to keep our eyes on in SP2, and that will be one to watch as well.
Yeah, the thing about that, of course, is that we talk about splash and dash, but because of the way that the refueling is organised here at Paul Ricard, that it's not that simple, is it? Because they're going to have to go into that area, that fueling area at the back of the pits, go through the process of the traditional filling station pistol grip fueling, and that's all taking time.
You know when you're going for that business meeting and you're looking at the sat nav and it's telling you the 10 minutes early, so you're nice and relaxed about it, and then you realise that you need to stop for fuel. You think that's all right, plenty of time, and then you pull into the fuel station and it's full. You've got to wait, and then you go up to and there's a big queue of people waiting to pay, and it's the same kind of thing. You think you've got it in the bag because you've got everything under control, and then you get there and the unexpected happens. Now, obviously you don't have to queue to pay or anything as silly as that here, but you do have a limited number of fuel pumps available, admittedly only about 20 cars circulating now, but the fact that you have to kind of go into that very awkward little car park in order to go into the fuel, you have to turn the engine off, then have to put the fuel in, then you turn the engine on, what happens then? There's all sorts of little things that can just get in the way of a good, clean, slick pit stop that you, as you describe, you would normally expect if it was just a splash of fuel.
Yeah, and the traditional splash and dash is just that. Whereas what we're seeing with these cars is they're having to go through that. It's not necessarily that anything's going to go wrong, because it's probably not, but it's still going to make a big impact on time.
Right, 4.5 minutes was the time in the pits for the Lorient Porsche. Frederic Ansel has taken over at the wheel of it and has... Yes, in fact, Wozniak has already gone through, hasn't he? Of course, yes, we had the change for the lead of SP2, but still one more pit stop to come from the number 75 car before it gets to the flag, whereas the Lorient car will be able to go through without another stop from this point.
Do you have a feel for just how long one of those, in inverted commas, splash and dash stops might take if everything went properly?
Around about between 1.5 minutes and 2 minutes.
Okay, is that time stopped, or is that...
That's time in the pit lane.
In the pit lane, so 1.5 minutes is really what these teams are now gambling with, because that's going to be, if nothing goes wrong, what the penalty is for a splash and dash.
Yes, also just coming into the pit area is Nicolas Menassian with the Rofco Mercedes. This has got itself up into 8th place overall.
That's not scheduled.
No, and nor did he call in at the pits. So Nicolas Menassian with the Rofco Mercedes coming... Did I say not call in at the pits? He didn't call in to the fuel area. Menassian came straight in past the refueling entrance and has come straight to the pit area.
He's done about 5 laps, I think, since we have that. Is Andrew down there?
Maybe not.
Not just at the moment, but
right.
That somewhat careworn Mercedes of the Roscoe, and let's see if we can find Andrew. Are you there with the Roscoe car?
I'm here, but I'm just waiting for the American Porsche to make its pit stop. And I've just lost communications with you for the moment, so back to you in the booth.
Thank you for that, Andrew. I'm sure that once we've regained communication, then we can have a look at the Rofco car as well. But that is undoubtedly an unscheduled stop, because I reckon that's about 5 laps.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You're either reading my screen correctly, or you've got to... but it's exactly 5 laps that Menassian has done on that stint. So either they're still worried about the car, because it has had this tendency for... nuts to literally just bolts to work themselves loose. He's out again now, though, so it was only a short pit stop, and down the pit lane he goes. Yeah, it was less than 2 minutes in the pits, although that was avoiding refuelling, but no need to put any fuel in. They may well have enough to get them to the flag from where they are, so there wasn't any need to. And Nicola Manassian has stayed behind the wheel.
That's comes from one of two sources. It's either Nick going in and saying, "Oh, we've got a problem here. It's not doing this or it's not doing that," or it's the team realising that in that stop 5 laps ago, something wasn't completed, wasn't done, and that's what has made all the difference. But we can see what happens. But that car now back into the race, and so the Rothgo car looks to be fine. Looks to be absolutely perfect. Well,
nothing.
When I say perfect, careworn, but perfect.
Yeah, so nothing to choose at all between the last lap times of the 3 leading cars. Robert Renaro doing a 2 minutes 9.1, Connor De Filippi in the Audi doing a 2 minutes 9.4, and Matteo Malicelli in the Ferrari doing a 2 minutes 9.9. So very closely matched, but significantly Malicelli not as quick as De Filippi in the Audi.
Okay, so we're very much getting to the point where we can start looking down on that. Andrew, what have you got?
Yeah, I'm down at the 85. Sorry, I missed that communication to do with Rothgo. I was away ferreting, trying to find some information out. But 85, I just wonder, and Paul will tell us this could it the final stop for this car?
It will, yes, absolutely correct. Joe Foster getting out of the car, and I'd expect Andy Pilgrim to get in on the rotation. Andy, you may tell us otherwise.
I was looking in the wrong direction, Paul. Just have a look. And I think it is. Let me just go and catch up with Joe Foster, and
he'll know.
Be able to tell.
Actually, we may not know, because sometimes the driver getting out of the car just walks away from it.
Andrew's going to see if he can find Joe Foster.
Joe's going to take his crash helmet off, and the gloves come off first, and then the glasses come off, of course. We're used to Joe wearing the glasses, and he's still just going to dive in. Can I just grab you quickly? It says 1 minute. So come back to me in a minute and we'll get you the full story. By then you'll know. I'm pretty sure it's Pilgrim in there from what I can see from this angle.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. We'll come back to you once you've disrobed your driver of all the various different bits and pieces and see what he can do.
It's the number 85 Pro Sport Performance Porsche, the only car in the 991 Cup class, and has got itself up to 7th place overall, behind 4 Pro class cars and 2 AM class cars. So it's been a pretty good run from that team. It was Charles Putnam, it wasn't Andy Pilgrim. He's now made his way out onto the circuit. So Charles Putnam it is. Another car headed your way shortly, Andrew. Not just yet, so don't divert off your current mission. But Axel Jeffries will be in with the 4th placed Renault RS01, the GP Extreme entered car. And Axel Jeffries, every race you go to in this series, there's a couple of drivers who you kind of have your eyes opened to. And Axel Jeffries, for me, was one of those from this particular race in the GP Extreme class car, the Zimbabwean driver, and he's had a great run. You mentioned it to me a couple of times, one of the quickest drivers out there at the time. So we can go down out to Andrew.
Yeah, Joe's got his helmet off. Well, that's it, Joe. Your day is done, and it's looking great.
I know, it was a very nice stint. Obviously, it's a much different day than the day when we started the race. It's sunny now, but quite windy, as you can tell, and so it actually is exciting on the track. I guess that's why they call it the Mistral Straight, right, for the wind. And
so I'm right in thinking that's the last stop for you?
Yeah, absolutely. We're pretty far ahead right now, so we're going to let Charlie go ahead and finish and take the checker.
Excellent job. See you on the podium.
Okay, thank you very much.
And yeah, very confident Joe Foster indeed there, talking to Andrew Marriott down in the pit lane. And now heading down your way, Andrew, is the Renault. He's refueled, and this should also be the final pit stop for the Renault RS01. Axel Jeffries has done a good long stint, practically 2 hours behind the wheel of that car, and that's not the first double stint he's done either. Probably he's going to be Anthony Beltoise hanging around to take the car over.
It's interesting. We are now getting to the point of of people talking about the final stint of the run to the flag and all of those things. It's still a long way to go. We know that, and that's the cliche that we all try and avoid. But that people are now counting back from 2:30, so that they can say, well, yes, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, and it allows us to hypothesize about when people are going to stop for fuel, who's going to cross the line in which car, all of those things. It's that great denouement, I think, is
exactly so. But yes, I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, it's not all over, and you do need to still get the car to the finish and do all the mechanical things and turn the steering wheel in the right direction and press the pedals at the right time and all that kind of thing. The car itself has to keep working. But there's also all the other little regulations that you have to make sure you don't exceed any of your driving time limits. You don't not achieve the minimum driving time limits, because in the different teams, the different makeups of teams, there are different minimum driving times, there are different maximum driving times, and we were talking earlier on about Roel Goethe at the wheel of the Rofco Mercedes. He went out and did an extra stint, and now rather than doing 2 hours, he's done practically 4 hours behind the wheel, which is not a problem. Indeed, takes the pressure off Stuart Hall, who we were saying was looking a bit tired earlier on, and so Roel has helped contribute to the Rofco team. Down there in the pit lane, Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, with a bit of a heartbreak story maybe, because the 235, that BMW Cup car, the only one in its category, has gone into the garage, and quite a lot of work going on under the hood, as they say in America, and I'm going to dive in a minute and try and find out what was wrong. But now they've just, looks as if they've just dropped it off the jacks, because we've got 2 British drivers in this car that we haven't talked so much about. Adrian Watt, one of them. I'm going to try and catch up with him if I can. So the car being pulled out now, the Wilson, Schmidt, Watt, Westlick and a Dumont car, 5 drivers in that, and now they've pulled it halfway out of the garage, and now they've put it up on the jacks again. Now they've dropped it down again, so I'm not quite sure what's happening with this 235, but we'll find out in just a moment. So it is back on pit road and off it goes. So we're going to try and find one of those British drivers to get their story of the race.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. And yeah, certainly we could hear on the microphone the fact that the wind is getting up. We can see the flags waving, or the flag. You know, there are a few other flags. They're all getting blown about a little bit, and the trees as well in the distance getting their fair share of the gusts as well.
The 235 car, of course, is the car that's only got itself to beat, and I see it's gone back out. Andrew, have you got more on the 235?
Yeah, I got Chris Wilson down here. We haven't spoken all race, Chris, but I think you're having a good time in this car. Obviously, it's not the fastest in the race. As my hat blows off, that shows how windy it is here. I managed to catch it. Just tell us about your race, Chris.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah, we're the only Cup 1 class car in the race, which is a bit sad, really, but and by some considerable margin, the slowest car on the track. But we've clawed our way up to 17th overall. Tiny little problem then, but we're still on target for a great result, really. We've all had a great time driving, so we really enjoyed it.
You've been sharing also with Adrian Watt. Are you mates? Do you race together in other series?
Yeah, Adrian and I have raced together since about 2006, so yeah, quite a lot. We used to do a brick car back in the day. We've done some LMP3 in the Ginetta G57 last year, and we've raced this car 3 times together now as well. So yeah, great team.
Well, that's quite a big step from the LMP3 car to this. You've got to put your brain into a different gear, I think.
Yeah, about 2/3 more weight and half as much power, so it's a considerably different thing to drive, but still great fun. This thing's really nice. It's, apart from the little problem we had it's very reliable, and you just know, unless you throw it at the wall, it's going to get you to the finish.
Well, tell us a bit about the Duo Racing team, because I'm not au fait with them, really.
Based in Luxembourg, very professional outfit, really friendly bunch, really enjoy racing with the guys. This is my 3rd race with them now. I think Adrian's done a couple more than me, actually, but yeah, really professional. They've got a couple of other BMWs as well, so they know what they're doing with the BMW stuff. And I think they won the Cup class last year in the Creventic Series, so they are a professional team.
Plans for the rest of the season, Chris?
Sorry?
Plans for the rest of the season?
Possibly more time out with the Duo boys, maybe Spa, possibly Portugal.
Great circuit.
Try and do something a little bit quicker as well. You know, maybe the LMP3 again if the deal comes across.
Excellent. Nice to talk to you, Chris.
Thanks very much.
And if you're wondering how windy it is, everyone, Andrew Marriott's cap has been blown off his head.
He did catch it, though, he said. So everything's okay. Yeah, you know, he caught it.
Everything's fine then.
Yeah.
All is well with the world.
It was a moment, but he caught it.
Excellent. Paul, can I take you back to a comment you made quite early on in this race? In fact, it was yesterday in the evening time. You said that at the rate that we were at, we were on target for a record distance being covered in the 24 hours of Paul Ricard. How's that looking?
I'm glad you mentioned that. Can you remember how many laps I said it was going to be when I mentioned it?
Yeah, 572, I think you said.
Well, no, that wouldn't even make it a record distance.
All right, okay.
592 would make it a record of distance.
That's what I thought.
We're looking at 593, possibly 594.
Wow.
But there'll be one more pit stop, of course, to be made by Robert Renauer in this final stint. He hasn't got enough fuel aboard to get that car to the finish. And nor, we believe, does the number 32 Conor De Filippi car in second place. And nor does Matteo Malicelli in third place. So no, Matteo Malicelli is going to be the first one to come into the pits. And you'll have to forgive me for a second, because I need to just check on Malicelli to make sure whether or not he can get to the flag. I don't think he can get to the flag on his 2 hours, so he's going to have to make a driver change at his final stop. As back into the pits again has come the Rothko Mercedes, and underneath the archers they're looking.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that when Nick Damon's sitting just down beside me, should I? And they're looking at where those suspension bolts are working loose, I think. Andrew Marriott is there.
We're just going to have a check on how we lost Andrew's hat. And it is totally taken. The aerodynamics coming into play there as the wind just gets underneath the front wing and whisks that hat not just off his head, but almost takes these cans off. Andrew, we've just seen a lovely replay on our monitors of you succumbing to the wind. Now, have you got that securely fastened now?
It's firmly on now, yeah.
Okay.
But more serious, so just go back to the Rothko car.
Yeah.
Paul read it absolutely right. They were just having another look at the top suspension joint there and tightening it up. There's obviously some issue going on. Previous pit shot, I should say, that I saw them make, they pulled a couple of skims out of the shock absorber. So obviously we're doing a little bit of testing as well, but obviously this car needs to go back to Stuart Hall's excellent new workshop in Hampshire, and I think a lot of work's got to go on this car before we see it again.
Yeah, are they just inspecting the car on the grounds of safety and testing and checking components after what they've encountered during this race?
I think that's absolutely right, Joe. Yeah. Stuart Hall described the problem as these bolts working loose, and it stranded Nick Manassian. Jamie felt the car doing it again middle of the night. He got it back to the pits, but what was more worrying for Stuart was the fact that it wasn't just on one side, which had damaged, which is what had stopped Manassian. It was on both sides that they noticed these things working loose. And so, yeah, I mean, there's something not quite in alignment, and quite what it is, the team really do need to get to the bottom of. But once they get over the frustration of it, they'll turn it into a job list. They'll turn it into something positive, and I've no doubt, knowing some of the guys on that team as I do, that they will come back stronger next time.
Yeah, but I think that's fair to say, but they will need to be looking at the lifing of those components. They'll need to be looking at how some of those things work.
Third place Ferrari into the pits. This is Malicelli coming in at the end of a 28 lap stint. He will be able to get enough fuel, and I didn't do that bit with the, there we go. For Malicelli, he will not be able to make it to the checkered flag on his driving time.
He's in for fueling, Paul. He's into the fuel stop now.
Yeah. No, what I'm just wondering is whether he's going to stay in the car to take it to the flag.
Ah, right.
But he's not going to be able to stay in the car to take it to the flag, because he's going to run out of driving time if he does.
Right. Well, that will be... Let's see if the team are as on the ball as our own trusses. And
I doubt it.
Well, let's have a word with Andrew in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely right. Malicelli will get out of the car. I just walking round to see Joseph Kral is going to be jumping into it for this final stint. So, well, second place may still be on for these boys. Who knows? Great battle to the finish.
The problem is there's two competing aspects to the calculation. One is that time spent in the pits doesn't count, so this time is coming off his driving time. The problem is, and I've known this mistake been made by team managers, and I've made it a couple of times, I'll admit. I've made it a couple of times as well, is that you assume the race is going to end at 24 hours, 2:30.
Yes.
Well, it's not, because if you're in a car that is just ahead of the leader, 2:30 happens, you go across the line, you've still got another lap to do, and the leader then crosses the line, and then you tour around and you suddenly find you've gone over your driving time. So you need to leave at least 3 minutes of buffer time on your driving time, just in case you cross the line at the wrong time.
We're not that close, though. We're not shaving things down to that kind of degree, are we?
Nalicelli, in terms of his 2-hour driving limit,
would have been
had he stayed in the car.
But as we've heard Andrew describe there, Joseph Kral about to get in the car, and Josef has proved to be. Does he still hold the fastest lap?
He does.
So Malicelli has failed to relinquish and take back that fastest lap. So
2 minutes 7.327 for Joseph Kral, although the outright lap record for GT3 cars around Paul Ricard still held by Bernd Schneider in last year's race, 2 minutes 7.261. So there's a mark for Josef to aim at for this final stint, see if he can beat Bernd Schneider in a Mercedes.
He's quite a talented young man, isn't he?
Yes, just a bit. That Ferrari now leaves its pit garage and goes back out into the race. It's currently third. We're expecting that car to take over second place when Conor De Phillippi is forced to pit. I take it he's going to be forced to pit, Paul.
No.
It's got to be very close, is it?
No. That Ferrari is stuck in third, I'm afraid, unless something happens to the cars in front.
So the Audi does not need to pit. Are we sure on that? It's got a bit of a iffy fuel consumption, hasn't it?
No. Conor De Phillippi will have to pit, but he won't lose second place when he does. Okay, last pit stop, Conor De Phillippi came in, or in fact it wasn't Conor De Phillippi, it was Patrick Carula came in, kept second place. Conor De Phillippi got into the car. You were away having lunch at the time, so you didn't notice. But that was at the last pit stop. At the next pit stop, Conor De Phillippi does have to make one more pit stop, as does Robert Renauer in the leading car, but they will both be fuel-only pit stops, no driver change, and I would be amazed if they put new tyres on the cars. And both of them will need that splash of fuel, with inverted commas, regarding the conversation that Paul Tarsi and I had a moment ago. But they will need that extra fuel in order to get them to the flag, whereas Josef Kral has enough fuel aboard the Ferrari now to get it to the flag.
With now under an hour left, we've had 23 hours of racing at the 24 hours of Paul Ricard. We're getting to the most important part of this race. That is indeed the checkered flag. But also, another important part of this race is our Spirit of the Race award. And
we're not allowed to award it to members of the team, because I know who I'm going to give it to.
To members of the... You know what? You can't. It's his first 24-hour series race. So, Paul, what are you implying? What are you alluding to? Go on, kick things off. What's your nomination?
There's been a new member of the team this year who has stormed into the pit lane and has put Nick Damon into the position where he has had to restore sanity when he went down into the pits later on. And I think Andrew Marriott has been an absolute star of this 24 hours.
You know what? That's quite a thing when you say Nick Damon restores sanity, isn't it? Paul Tarsi, your thoughts?
The star of the show? I don't know. I think if you look at cars rather than drivers, then I think I would be looking perhaps at the number one car as being something which has battled against adversity and everything else. Also, of course, the Rofco car, we don't know how much of that was self-imposed, self-inflicted, the woes that they've had, but they've fought back.
What, Paul, now that Paul has given me the details of that suspension issue, bolts working loose, there's nothing you can do as a driver to stop that.
No.
As an engineer, as a mechanic, more Loctite, but as a driver, no. You should be able to get away with that.
No, I think you're...
So are you going for the which one are you going for? You've mentioned 2 there. You can't have 2 nominations.
No, can I not? Oh, okay. I'm going to go for the number 1 car, the Hofer Racing car, currently the leader and probably the winner of the A6 AM class. I'll put my money there.
The Hofer car. Andrew, your nomination for Spirit of the Race?
Oh, well, I'm going to cheat and have 2, actually.
No, you can't have 2.
Herbert Racing, because they've done just the pitch-perfect race, absolutely perfect race. And, of course, the other one is my mate, you best friend, Seb.
Hey, you know what? They are very good nominations. Sebastian, our pit lane cameraman, who takes us right into the action, doesn't he? And we don't have to use our imagination at all when Seb's on the job. And my nomination would have been the Robert Reinauer Herbert Motorsport car. In fact, not the Robert Reinauer, but the Herbert Motorsport Porsche team, because even though they have dominated this race, they have been leading this race for such a long time, it's something they do very, very well. That hasn't deterred them from pushing without risk.
They've led it since 7:30 yesterday evening.
Have they really?
Yeah,
Thanks,
haven't lost the lead since then.
Nick Damon is with us now before he heads down to the
I missed a minute,
pits.
but the only people who could possibly be nominated as Spirit of the Race is the 240 team. Any team that can leave for 8 hours, come back and find the car works, and you turn it back on again, then go out again, then crash it, then break down again. That's the spirit of endurance racing. You actually came back probably to pack the thing. Like, I'll just try it. I'll just see. Oh, it starts. Let's go out again. Got to be them. 240. I love Andrew, but I'm sorry. He actually is banned. We're not allowed to vote for ourselves, by the way. That's why we're never allowed to vote for Eve. But 240 for me every second of the day.
That is a very, very good nomination. They're all very good nominations, but we want you, our listeners and viewers, to actually tell us what you think.
Are you going to tell us how to do it?
I'm going to tell you how to do it when I find out what the Twitter handle is.
Find out from the responsible adult what we have to do, what the hashtag is, and to whom do you send your tweets?
Send your tweets, your nominations for the Spirit of the Race, the Spirit of the 24 Hours of Paul Ricard, to @Radio Le Mans, hashtag SOTR, Spirit of the Race. SOTR, hashtag SOTR, @Radio Le Mans. So, or is that @Radio Le Mans, hashtag SOTR? Yes.
Yeah, that certainly will be very interested to see what sort of responses we get to that and what people think. All credit to Nick Damon, and those are words I never thought I would say, but all credit to Nick Damon for actually coming out with that, the 240 car. Yeah, Spirit. I think the whole thing about particularly a Pro-Am kind of event like this, which is a 24-hour race, it is about never giving up. It is about keeping on going, and that's why, for me, I wouldn't be looking particularly at any of the top 3 cars, because they've had a reasonably clean run of what they've done throughout, and that the 911 Porsche, of course, has done a brilliant job so far, because they have actually just gone out there and gone round and round.
Yes, there is less than an hour to go now, and I'm going to go back to my SP2 battle again, because the battle is still on. It's not it is close actually. On the road, there's just a lap separating the 75 from the 65, the IDEX Sport Racing Porsche from the Porsche Lorient team Porsche. So 75 and 65 are the two that are battling it out, separated by a lap. But the lead car, the 75 car, needs to make a pit stop between now and the end of the race, and I would suggest that needs to be in the next 5 laps, in fact, between now and the next 5 laps. But in any case, between now and the end of the race, he's going to come in, take on fuel, and if he goes out without then doing anything else, he might just get away still being in the lead of the class, but he will then be on a very old set of Hankook tyres, Roman Wozniak, and so that will allow through almost certainly the Lorient Porsche, which is currently in the hands of Frédéric Ancel, and allow him through into the lead of the class. Third place, the Speed Lover Porsche, with its various dramas that it's had along the way, including a ball of flame appearing at the back of the car as some rubber caught fire underneath the car and then got blown off, literally, off the back of the car. That car has kind of slipped away off the pace a little bit of the two in front of it, and I think he's going to be resigned to finishing in third place in SP2, but the battle's certainly on for those first two places. When Wozniak brings the 75 car in, if you're around the track, look out for the 65 coming through and taking possibly the lead or possibly not.
Your happy place may be your SP2 class, but my happy place is kind of
TCR.
The TCR
Absolutely.
class.
Well, I think that we've split it up between us quite nicely.
I know, very, very nicely. We didn't do that deliberately. TCR still being led by the Modena Motorsport Seat Leon. Francis Tia at the wheel of the 216, 13th overall. Just behind him, 5 laps deficit now, though, to the number 333, Rick Broiker's Car Collection Audi RS3 in 14th place overall. Now we've got James Kay at the wheel, a further 6 laps behind in 3rd place in TCR. So we're kind of equally spaced out with laps deficit between the first 3 runners in TCR. James Kay at the wheel of the 108, Cadspeed Racing Audi RS3. And in 4th place, quite a way back off it, is the number 308 Team Altran Peugeot 308. Thierry Blas at the wheel of that. So TCR settling in. Let's go down to the pits, though. More classic Andrew Marriott, no doubt.
Look, we've got all 3 of them out of the Audi, which has been doing so well, the second of the car collection cars. But we've got Mr. Grimm here. We want to look at this fabulous crash helmet. Look, what's the story with it?
Oh, I have a hotel with the name Grimm's, and so it's Märchen, Grimm's Märchen, you know, and so I do it on the hotel. Fine, huh?
Yeah, that's a good plug for your hotels. What about the mushrooms?
Sorry? I don't know, but you know the Märchen? Sag mal im Brotkäppchen.
Fairy tales, fairy tales. Grimm's Fairy Tales.
Grimm, of course it is, yeah.
You know
terrific. Dr. Kirchhoff, your business is very different. You make road sweepers.
Yes, we do road sweepers and garbage trucks. So that's a very nice business because we clean streets and we free up the people from their garbage.
Do you ever sell any to Britain?
Yes, we do. We have a company in Britain and of course we like our British customers very well.
Third member of the team, you guys all obviously get on very well together. You're all mates, aren't you?
Yes, we are always together, and we were racing since now nearly 20 years together in the same driver connections.
I think you've had a good weekend now. The sun's shining, guys, and you can go and have a shower now and be proud of the job you've done.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I hope it's champagne shower.
Good comment. Mr. Edelhoff there with a good comment.
Thanks, Andrew. More frivolity in the pit lane here at Paul Ricard.
Frivolity or madness, who knows? Yeah. But it's nice when you've got people like that. They've been driving together for 20 years. They've clearly got a bond, a personal bond. Get on well together. They get racing together. But this is back to this whole thing. People smiling.
This is their downtime. Remember, they're all businessmen. They're all the gentleman driver element of what how we go racing here. And this is their downtime. This is their relaxation period. Yes, it's intense. Yes, they take it very seriously. But if they stop having fun, and you can see they're all enjoying their time here. I think they thrive on the competition element of things, as we all do in racing. But I think that when they stop having fun, that's when they'll stop doing it.
Some of us do crosswords. Some of us play golf.
Indeed.
They go motor racing.
Absolutely.
They go racing an Audi R8.
Do you want to... my take on the TCR class, which I've not been ignoring, but it's just a little bit further down. The leader, Francis Tia, is at the wheel of the leading Modena Motorsport car, 216. Needs more fuel to get to the flag. Rick Broikers can get to the flag without any more fuel. So that gap that you were just describing, Joe, will come down and will be much closer once Francis Tia brings the 216 car into the pits. He has has. In fact, I think he's probably in. He's not in yet, but he will be in next time around. I think 2:16.
He's not going to lose 5 laps, though, is he?
Oh, is it 5 laps the gap? Okay, right.
Yes,
it is 5 laps. Yeah. So
how long will he lose?
he'll lose not even a lap. Well, no, he will lose a lap. Sorry, he'll lose 1 lap, but not more than 2.
Okay.
But it will be a different driver going into that car, and I'll suggest it might be Wayne Shen who will be taking over from Francis.
47 minutes remaining. The Herbert Motorsport Porsche continues on route to the checkered flag here at the 2017 24-hour, the Hankook 24 hours of Paul Ricard. And that car, as we've said time and again, we're not going to talk too much about it because we don't want to put any kind of curse on it. Getting towards the latter stages of this race, indeed 46, just under 47 minutes, as I said. Conor De Philippi in the Audi, we know can go all the way to the flag now. And the only question mark really over the Audi, number 32, is whether or not any variation on the fuel consumption will come into play. It has been suffering from a little bit of over consummation of its fuel allocation, but that's played out very nicely. The third place car is the number 11 Ferrari, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, Joseph Kral at the wheel of that car now, and we saw that car being delayed by, of all things, the illuminated number board on the door panel of the car. And would you believe that is what's caused that car to drop off not just the second place, but challenging for the lead. Well, and as you said, Paul, the leader of our TCR class does indeed come onto pit lane.
The Seat Leon, then number 216, Francis Chia bringing it in there. Just going back to the Ferrari though, we talked about the light and the delay. They had 5 minutes doing that, but they've also had, if not a minute, then certainly close to a minute that they've spent in the penalty box for various offences. They've had a couple of driving offences, and they've also had at least one track limits offence that they've had to pay the penalty for. And so I suspect that has probably tagged them up to a minute, if not a little bit over that, in the pit lane, in the penalty box. Yeah. So that's part of the reason for the difference as well. The total time in the pits, excluding time spent in the refueling area, is exactly 2 minutes greater. Actually, no, I'm looking at the wrong car, aren't I? Is exactly 10 minutes greater for the Ferrari. So the Ferrari has spent 10 minutes in total longer in the pit lane than the race-leading Porsche, number 911.
Into the pits then, as we've said, for fuel has come the TCR leader. We'll see just how much he loses now. I know if everything goes to plan, that car should not lose much ground to the second place Rick Broiker's Audi, but we have described the potential of finger trouble as the A6AM class leader Michael Kroll now at the wheel of the number 1 Hofer Racing Mercedes. That has got a 2-lap lead over the second place A6AM class car, Ingo Vogler, in the car collection Audi R8, car 34. Car number 85, that is the Pro Sport Performance Porsche, Charles Putman at the wheel of that car now. That is the only car running in the 991 class. Excuse me, that is a car that is running 7th overall. They will be over the moon with how that car has gone. Having been the only car in the 991 class, they gave themselves a challenge of just seeing where they could finish overall. And it's a great effort to see them in amongst the A6 runners. They've got 2 A6 cars behind them actually still running. Granted, the first one is the number 31 Rofco Racing Mercedes, which has had all sorts of problems, suspension problems and other stuff. Nicholas Manassian now at the wheel of the 31 in 8th place, and then behind them as the Nicky Pastorelli driven GP Extreme Renault RSO 1 in 9th place.
Just putting that, trying to look at it a different way with that Porsche 991 Cup class, the 991 Cup class car, Joe, the Charles Putnam driven car. The distance between them and the next car in front, which is a A6 AM class car, is 5 laps. The distance between the race leader and the second place car is 5 laps. So, you talk about the gap not being that great. First to second is as great as the gap between Charles Putnam and the second place A6 AM class car. So they really have had one of those races that you come along to a 24-hour race and say, right, as long as we do everything right, we'll be able to do this, this, and this. And I'm afraid if they're not on Plan A, they're not on B or C. It's only on A, B, or C types of plans. Whereas the Rofco Mercedes, I think they're on about J or K by now. I think
they've been right the way through the alphabet and they're coming back through again.
Yes, they're on Plan Y.
Yes, it'll be a Y or a...
Yeah, no, let's not go there.
Yes, we'll not do that, but we'll certainly see them going through the alphabet because they've tried absolutely everything that they can with that. The rundown is now happening. Everybody is beginning to think about what is going to happen in 42 minutes when the checkered flag will come out, and suddenly all the priorities change. That it now is about getting there. It is about making sure that you can get there. We know, having talked to many drivers over the years, you start hearing all the strange noises in the car, imagining you're hearing all the strange noises in the car on this rundown through to the flag. You're beginning to worry about what you're going to be able to do, whether you can make it. You begin to hear those strange noises. It's all imagination at this point.
That is a very good point, isn't it? That's when you hear stories from drivers about how they can kind of feel the vibration from the car, and even that, if that vibration changes ever so slightly, the feel of the car.
Just ask Kaz Nakajima, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's the other side of the coin.
Looking at the Herbert Porsche and the way they split the drive amongst them, Alfred Renauer has done 5 hours and 7 behind the wheel. Dan Alleman has done 5:30 behind the wheel. Ralph Bone 5 1/4 hours behind the wheel. Robert Renauer 6 3/4. So Robert Renauer has done the lion's share, but the rest of them have shared it pretty much absolutely equally. Down to the pits, Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, I'm down here with Francis Cheers, just got out of the class-leading TCR car. 45 minutes to go, fingers crossed.
Absolutely, fingers crossed. It's been a very tough fight. I mean, the competition has been great. Cat speed has been brilliant. So has car collection. Now we've got a safe lead, and then you start to hear lots of funny things going off in the car, where you start to worry.
Did you say anything to your co-driver as he got in the car?
No, not really. I mean, I just tried to extend the stint as long as possible, save as much fuel, so we could do a short fill up for Benny, and try to bring it home safe.
Now you're racing here in lovely sunshine in the south of France, but I think normally you race in a Porsche Carrera Cup in Asia, don't you?
That's right. We do a Carrera Cup in Asia, which runs in 5 or 6 countries throughout Asia. But we have been to Europe before, but this is the first time at Paul Ricard. We came here because they said it always is sunny, although the start didn't look like that yet.
It wasn't like that at the start. And tell me how the that Cup has been going for a while. I remember my mate Tim Sugden's been doing it in the past.
Absolutely.
You've raced against him, no doubt.
I haven't raced against Tim, but I mean, yesterday they had the Spa 24 hours, the 6 hours of Spa, and virtually everyone who was on the podium has raced in Carrera Cup Asia, so it's a brilliant series.
Well, great to talk to you, and well, we'll say well done, but let's wait and see what happens.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And interesting here that just to be confirmed that everybody is beginning to hear the rattles and vibrations and everything else that we hear in the car, that you're beginning to try and stay off the curbs as much as you can. Obviously, the whole thing about the way that any race of this length ends is that you're probably not going to see too many of the field racing for position. So therefore, they're going to take a careful time all the way through. They're going to be looking at just how they manage that, about how they can be quick but not dangerous. Push push with safety, I think, was the expression that we heard.
Push
from
without
Joe
risk.
Bradley.
Push without risk was the phrase which we among ourselves use. I've just, but having said that, and somebody who's pushing possibly and taking some chances, Josef Kral at the wheel of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. His last lap was a bit slower. It was a 2 minutes 11, but before that he did a 2 minutes 8.6, a 2 minutes 8.3, a 2 minutes 8.8, a 2 minutes 8.4, a 2 minutes 9.0, a 2 minutes 9.7. So that's his kind of list of lap times since he's been out in the car, since taking it over from Malicelli. And remember, he was rather proud of the fact that he had been quicker on some of his stints, and indeed quicker in terms of setting the fastest lap in that car than Malicelli was. So Josef Kral certainly pushing on as hard as he possibly can. Robert Renauer, the race leader, makes his way down into the refuelling station. So this will be the splash and dash with just over half an hour of the race remaining for the Herbert Motorsport team. They've completed 579 laps, or at least they will do once Robert has got his fuel aboard and then brings the car down into the pit lane. And Andrew Marriott will tell us otherwise, but I wouldn't expect Robert to get out of the car, and I wouldn't expect them actually to put any new tyres on the car with only half an hour remaining. So we'll see what happens. But Robert Renauer then in the pit lane now. He's taken on the fuel. That didn't take long. So now we'll get a new set of tyres, or may just drive straight past his pit box.
Yeah.
No, he is stopped. And in fact, there is also a driver change, I think. So they've handed it over to Alfred Renauer, I would guess. Andrew Marriott, I think. Here you go, it's Wonder Andrew. Away you go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was a driver change there. And no, the two Renauers are both standing by. This is the first time I've seen them together, guys. So the two brothers are here, and we've got a tyre problem. That's why they came in.
Okay.
Well, one of the reasons they came in. Let's have a look at that tyre. I'm going to dive in with Robert in a moment.
Okay. So
that's what you call blistering. What happened there?
We said, okay, we bring it easy home, and yeah, that happens. It's the same like Red Bull Ring in the last stint. So yeah, the rear tire lost the air in the braking zone of the chicane on the back straight. So yeah, happy to be back in the pit with a.
Must have given you a very big fright.
Yeah, happy to be back at the pit with a undestroyed car.
Why did you get out of the car? Did you want to take it to the checker flag?
No, it was a plan to for Ralf to get in the car for the last stint. Yeah, he did a very good job in the whole weekend, so it's good for him to drive the last stint.
Excellent. Yes, thanks very much. Well, a big scare for them right at the last moment there. In motor racing, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, they would have needed one more stop anyway for fuel. We were expecting them to come in at some point for that splash of fuel. But it's Ralph Bone then who's taken over the car, not Alfred. Certainly Alfred's had a great day here at Paul Ricard during this race, and he can be very pleased with himself. Ralph Bone, though, he's had a good day as well. We've often said before, the beauty of this team is that there's not very much to separate their lap times from one another. They're all it's not tenths that separates them, it's a second or two, but around a 2 and a bit minute lap. Being a second or two different is actually very close indeed. So Ralph Bone will be sitting on this 2-lap margin when he gets going again. He's just going through on his 580th lap as Conor De Philippi crosses the line just now for the 577th time. And then Josef Kral back in the 2 minutes 8, so 2 minute 8.6 that in that last lap. And that's only a little over a second slower than his best lap of the race, which was done in the cool of the night. And we've been talking about the nice sunny day that we've had this Sunday compared to the horrible wet weather conditions we had yesterday. 18.7 degrees it is now. We started this race in not quite pouring rain, but it was pouring after not very long, with 12.2 degrees on the temperature. So we've certainly come a long way in terms of weather since the start of this race.
We've gone through a couple of seasons. We're now into the heart of summer. Let's head down to the pits. I can hear wheel guns, so Andrew Marriott is somewhere where it's busy.
That's right, I'm at Rothko, which has just made another pit stop, and Nicolas Selassie has just climbed out of the car, and Stuart Hall is going to take it to the finish. I'm just wondering if that's because of all the timings for Stuart Hall, or whether they just do it because Stuart Hall basically runs his team.
I don't know.
I suspect it's probably the latter. They don't need the time for any of them. But the key number was, well, the two key numbers. The first key number was the total of Campbell, Walter and Minassian. And together they've put 11 hours in. Their maximum was 12 hours. So there's time in hand for both of those. The other key number was Roald Goethe, who had to do 2 hours. And he's done nearly 4. So all of their parameters for drivers have been met. But I suspect it's probably Stuart who started the car, wants to bring it home. I mean, he's the man behind the team, really. And although he's driven for getting on for, well, by the end of the race, he'll have done 7 hours behind the wheel of the Rothko Mercedes.
But I think also it's fair to say that with that car, it may be that Stuart Hall just wants to do that final bit of shakedown because there's been so many different problems with it, just to get a good feel for anything that is likely to fall off to get it to the end.
I think that's spot on, Paul. I think that's probably we've seen how they're treating this run as a complete test. We've had issues. They're obviously running through a few things. We've seen a few things being checked that you wouldn't normally check during a pit stop, and that, for me, they need somebody like Stewie Hall in the car to actually wring the car's neck, to take it to the maximum, to see, what, if anything, is gonna falter. And you need to do that, and you can only really do that with a Stewie Hall or a JCW in the car.
Absolutely.
And that change in SP2 has happened because Roman Wozniak has brought the IDEC Sport Racing Porsche into the pits for its final pit stop, and that's allowed the Lorient car to go through into the lead of the race. But it has, it's going to be a minute, it's going to be 3 minutes, I think, by the time that car gets up to speed. So Roman Wozniak stayed behind the wheel, but we're going to have them both on the same lap at the end of the race. But the Porsche Lorient car with Frédéric Ancel at the wheel has taken over the lead of the SP2 class with half an hour of the race remaining.
Yeah, I mean, that's come very, very late in the race, hasn't it? And it just shows that it's never really over until it's over. And we were just talking about drivers thinking about and feeling the car and looking for noises, even imagining noises.
Yeah.
And there was, it was the driver at the 216. And then we go to the leading car who picks up a tyre issue, right at the very end. And as Truss has just described, they were always going to have to pit for fueling to finish the race, but that tyre issue kind of brought that ahead of schedule somewhat, and it just shows that could easily have turned into a puncture.
Very easily, and I'm not sure how much of a problem it was, but nonetheless they chose to change the tyre anyway. But yes, it could have turned into a puncture. It could have done hundreds of different things.
Yeah, I mean,
but it could change the whole race very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we had this race. You described this at the very beginning of the weekend, Joe. A tyre problem robbed the Ferrari of this race last year. And just on the subject of pit stops, so we had the one in SP2, which has changed the order. We will be having sometime in the last half an hour of the race a further pit stop, a final pit stop from Conor De Philippi in the second place car collection Audi. He doesn't have fuel to get him to the end of this race, so he will be coming in for a splash of fuel, but it should keep him in the second place. It won't change the positions because he has if you change the number of laps into time, it's about 6 minutes, and he will lose no more than 3 getting the fuel.
Well, if everything goes to plan in the pit stop, and remember, we're not talking about dump churns, we're not talking about rapid refueling here, we're talking about standard service station fueling, and a certain thing outside of the control of the team could come into play.
I'm alerting you to the things that we've got
this up. We've still got a chance of a change for the second step of the podium, and Conor De Philippi. The fact that you have to come into the pits, you have to turn the car off. You then we've been racing here for 24 hours, so that car is going to be well worn. Everything's going to be very, very hot. When you press the button, does that engine fire?
Yep, and that's the way that it happens. It's just that nasty moment when it doesn't fire.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at this Paul Ricard circuit, built in 1969 by the drinks magnate Paul Ricard. It's retained that name, thankfully, because it's such a historic name in motorsport. We're heading across the line now on this very long pit straight into turns 1 and 2. It's not like the first iteration, which was a sweeping left and right. We've now got a tight and undulating right-hander, a left-hander followed immediately by a right-hander. We then go down a short straight that isn't quite straight. It's got a bit of a twist to it, and then we go into the very, very heavy braking area for the very tight turn 3, which leads immediately onto the turn 4. It's virtually a chicane, turn 3 and 4, and then you go straight into turn 5, which is very tight indeed. We're at the far end of the circuit now. We slip the car out to the left, and then we go across, clipping the apex on the right and going through a very, very long turn 6, which leads into a sweeping left-hander of turn 7. All very important as you carry momentum through that turn 7. That's the iconic Paul Ricard shot, tails away, wheels over the curb as they go onto the Mistral for the first time. The Mistral is not its 1.8 kilometre length like it used to be. We've now got the chicane du Nord to split it up, and that's a very, very heavy braking area into a left-hander followed by a right-hander, which is very important because it's the right-hander that's the important bit. You have to slingshot out of that onto the second part of the Mistral, heading down to the most interesting and frightening corner here at Paul Ricard. And in Grand Prix racing in the early 80s, this was a one that really caught the attention of the drivers. 200 miles an hour through this corner at Sing, and out of Sing you're straight onto the brakes, early apex there into what is a never-ending turn 11, going round and round and round, really loading up that left-hand front corner. We've seen tyre wear really exaggerated because of the nature of these turns. We're then into another sweeping 180-degree turn where you have to hug the curb unnaturally, not letting the car flow at all, crossing the line to the apex of or the crown of the road, I should say, to the left-hand curbing where you hug that, and then coming into the final 2 turns, hug the curb on the left, pull the car over to the left to give you the optimum line through the Virage du Pont, the final turn here at Paul Ricard. And as we cross the line to complete a lap of Paul Ricard, we're into the fuel station for Conor De Philippi.
That car will be in, and
he's out.
Has already been in and
Let's go to
working
Nick.
his way out.
And whilst we were going around that lap with Joe, Conor De Philippi came in for fuel, came through the tortuous combination of lefts and rights, trundled down the pit lane with no intention of stopping, and rejoined the track. About 30 seconds behind, but obviously best part of a lap still ahead of the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari that's in 3rd place.
Yes, and 2 minutes and 3/4. Paul and I were discussing what a slash looked like, just coming in for enough fuel basically to get him to the final 25 minutes of the race, and that costs you 2.5 minutes in the pit lane, where if you were going down the start-finish straight, you'd be talking about maybe 5 or 6 seconds just to go down that straight. So it is a big lose to come in just to do a splash and dash.
Well, we speculated whether that car, having to be stopped for fueling, would then refire. Proof is there. It is. It has refired, and it goes out into that second
It's
place.
an Audi.
It is. Very well said, Paul.
But we're
Very well
here
said.
at the speculation station because we were talking about the fact that the Rofco car had gone out with Stuart Hall at the wheel.
P3 GT4 class, because the Track Club Lotus Evora, the 111 car, which blew its engine up fairly spectacularly in the night. They'd had the head off the car, or off the engine, put it back on again, sent it out for the lap, and it blew up in a spectacular fashion in the pit lane. Despite that, it's the Lotus Evora that's going to win SP3 GT4, and the FACA Autotech Porsche Cayman is going to finish second in its class, but at least the Cayman's going to have the glory of finishing crossing the checkered flag, possibly.
And that 240 car, having left the pits, gets a little bit awry there on what was probably cold tyres. We just saw the car sliding through the corners there. He's now got the tyres up to pressure and shouldn't have any further problem with the handling of what is Nick Damon's nomination for our Spirit of the Race award. Back down to Nick, though, in the pits.
And we are with the 111 car, sitting, reposing, with several large items of engineering in the door. There's plenty of guys back there. I think they're going to hang around. I think they'll be on the podium. The aero's not so good at the moment. It's missing a wing. It's all packed up, all ready to go, but I'm sure the track club team will be waving with the best of them with their BRM trophies at the end.
Have they got rid of the oil in the exhaust pipes?
Hang on, guys. Nick Damon, you'll be interested to know that the 240 FACA Autotech car has stopped out on the track. He stopped and now he's restarted and he's gone again. And now we've seen this happen many times over the course of this race in the Porsche Cayman.
I think that when we saw that car just losing the back end halfway through the last corner of the lap, I'm not sure that what it was that the engine had cut out, because it didn't look as if it was going fast enough really to chuck the back end of that car around, and yet it clearly lost traction. And I think that what happened was that the engine cut out, and that's what actually caused that problem for you.
I think it's happened again, hasn't it? It's probably cut drive, the car's gone dead, and that's what, the car wasn't driving forward, so it had a bit of a half spin. So they are still continuing to circulate, and the car is back running again. It's down in 26th place overall. We talked about this car being eligible for a podium and second in class in the SP3 GT4 class. We've seen problems with the GT4 Caymans before, where it is predominantly it is a production road car. Remember, that's been modified to race, and mainly safety reasons or safety.
To bring it up to a safe and reliable standard.
But what the ECU doesn't know is that the car's on the track, and the ECU thinks it's being abused and goes into limp mode.
Which is why perhaps they had to go back to Porsche last night to try and get that download of a change, which was about telling the ECU, hang on, this isn't driving up the motorway, this is something different. And some of those things were going to be different, because an ECU will do everything from the G-forces in a major accident as a road car.
Yes,
that it will do all that, and you can see from time to time that with performance cars on the road, if they're braking really, really hard, then the hazard flashes will come on, for example.
That's right.
Therefore, there are sensors within all of that which actually are going to say, well, hang on, this isn't right. This isn't something which is reasonable. Now, if the ECU is actually doing that, then, it's going to cut out. Sooner or later, it's going to say, I'm not putting up with this anymore.
Yes. We are seeing Josef Kral trying to get that lap record from Bert Schneider. The number 11 Ferrari is pushing indeed. He's 2 minutes 9.692 was his last lap by, but we'll keep an eye on that car as he continues to circulate. Josef Kral at the wheel of the car currently is the holder of the fastest lap of this race, the 2017 24 Hours of Paul Ricard, but he's not the holder of the outright lap record, and he looks very, very racy indeed as he makes his way through traffic, headlights absolutely flashing and blazing, and you can kind of see from the let's call it the body language of that Ferrari 488, he's very, very racy indeed, and it is indeed pushing ever so hard. Now you would think he's got a secure third place is third place points towards the championship. He's going to be on the podium, But again, this is great spirit of the race, isn't it? When you're out there and pushing without risk.
It's a great spirit of the race, but clearly, that unless something significant happened, we wouldn't see any change in the second to third place. But nonetheless, yes, he can make a difference. And of course, the other thing is he can just go out and have fun. The thing that's going to get in the way of doing a really, really quick time would be the amount of rubber that's actually on the track right now. By that I mean the marbles, and whilst it's not a huge problem, it does mean that he's going to have to stick reasonably hard to the line, flashing the lights now as he comes up behind the number 75 car, just to make sure that 11th place car gets out of his way, which it does. Yeah, I think that this car is going for the fastest lap overall. He's got fastest lap of the race already, but I think he's going for the fastest lap ever.
The lap record.
Yeah.
He's going for the lap record. Now, he needs a clear track ahead of him, and he's been restricted a little bit by some traffic. The traffic's done a great job getting out of his way. The last car he's just cleared is the number 75 IDEX Sport Racing Porsche. That car's in a podium position in SP2, so it's having its own race to contend with. And then you've got a Ferrari. Now the gap to the car in front of him across the line last time through was 1 minute and 4 seconds. Trussers will be able to tell me if that's right, because he's got more data in front of him. They're on the same lap now, Paul.
1 minute and 4 seconds exactly between the two of them. And I reckon they've got a maximum of 8 laps, 7 or 8 laps still to go. In fact, the leader's just gone across the line now, completing his 588th lap. We're looking at a 596 lap race now, so we're going to be 5 laps over last year's record, whisper it. Certainly last year, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, as far as we know, this very same car won the race with 591 laps, and last year they had an hour and 33 minutes of Code 60. This year, thus far, we've had an hour and 37 minutes, so 4 minutes longer of Code 60, and yet we're going to be looking at 4 laps more, possibly even 5 laps more than we went last year. So there's an indication of how little trouble that Porsche Herbert car has had.
The Ferraris took 2 seconds out of that gap between itself and the second place Audi. So we have got a race to the finish. It's a big gap. It's over a minute. It was 1 minute and 4 seconds. It's now 1 minute and 2 seconds. Like Paul says, with only, 8 laps.
Remember, though,
looking likely, there's just not enough time to make up a 1 minute deficit, is there?
Add another half hour to the race time and it might be a different story. Kral on new set of tyres, though. Conor De Philippi came in that last lap, remember, last pit stop, and just went past his pit. He got fuel, but it was fuel only. So Conor De Philippi's tyres are more worn out. There's this slight worry about the way the fuel consumption works with the blue 32 Felbermeyer Audi, and the Ferrari has got all the sharp knives, but just too much of a gap between himself and the Ferrari ahead, and the Audi ahead of him to close the gap, I think. But he's going to give it everything he's got.
Well, Conor De Philippi has just crossed the line there with a 2 minutes 12.5. His last lap time through was in the 2 minutes 12, and Joseph Kral in the Ferrari is likely to be in the 2 minute 10. So he's on average taking around about 2 seconds a lap out of him. So he is gaining, but time is running out, I'm afraid.
But the team for that number 32 Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 had the choice of paying the penalty and changing the tyres, which would have been very much more of a race. But as they are at the moment, they're probably safer having not changed the tyres and just managing that gap as much as they need to.
I think that's absolutely right, Paul. I mean, I don't know if we didn't really draw attention to it, but we saw a couple of times on the screens that cars on their out lap having changed tyres, the first thing they'd do would be to start weaving around on the straights, and that would be purely to get heat into the tyres on their outlap. We've seen quite often that these tyres do take a little bit of warming up, although it's helped today that it's a lot warmer.
Kral in the Ferrari has taken another 2.5 seconds this time by. Now the gap is under the minute. It's on 59.6 seconds is the gap across the line that time by. Conor De Phillippi continues to circulate in the 2-minute 12s and Kral in the 2-minute 10s. He is chasing him down. He's making this a very exciting finish.
Nobody has told him this isn't a 25-hour race, because it's very much going to be that if it was, then it might be a very different second place. But as it is, he's going as hard as he possibly can. He's pushing as hard as he possibly can through that turn 7, which we have seen is so important leading on to the Mistral Straight.
Let's head down to the pits, Nick Damon.
And it's... to talk emoji, it's Nick Damon's sad face at the moment because it's back in. 240, whether that's it, it's given up the ghost as Mark Hushman get out, but yeah, they don't seem to be touching it too much. There's no more attempts to reprogram it, no more phone calls to a call centre in Germany. That looks like it's resting up, but it still deserves your vote. Vote now and vote often. Especially if you're in France. A lot of voting today. Oh well.
Well, Nick, you are going to meet those guys on the podium because they are eligible to be stepping onto that second step of the podium in SP3, and you can have a little bit of a chat to them if you like. The leading car, though, continues to circulate, completing 590 laps. We're coming up to 10 minutes remaining on the official clock here at the Hankook 24 Hours of Paul Ricard. Conor De Phillippi last time through in a 2-minute 11.6. So he has responded and gone a little bit quick. He's gone a second quicker. Actually, that's that last time through. We await the arrival of Josef Kral, who crosses the line now. Let's have a look and see what the time is that he clicks over. It's a 2-minute 10.3. He does go faster. The gap down to 58 seconds. Now, and so the Ferrari is quicker than the Audi in front of him, but I don't think it's going to mean anything.
Five more laps,
you reckon, Paul?
Yeah, these are the times that you start asking yourself all these what-if questions, don't you? I mean, what if that light hadn't worked? What if we hadn't taken those penalties? Significantly, what if they hadn't have changed the pads on the pre-penultimate stop? The one where Malicelli took the car over. That was a slightly longer stop because they changed the pads, and that cost them an extra 2 or 3 minutes. You know, there's all these little things we talked about. Little gains, these little losses that the Ferrari have had, and they've added up, and they mean that Kral is really now chasing an almost impossible dream. I'll not say it's impossible because anything can happen in these last 4 or 5 laps, but it's a very tall order for the young Czech.
But I think when you get into the what if kind of questions, there is the other angle of that, which is that if they hadn't, for example, had that problem with the number on the door, which has delayed them far more than they are behind the second place number 32 car. But the number 32 car would probably gone a bit faster. So
no, you're absolutely right.
He's just done a 2-minute 11.7, so he continues to lap ever so slightly slower. Let's have a look down in the pits. Nick?
We have a late stop for the 108 Cadspeed car, in the TCR class. It's actually given the fact we've only got 11 minutes to go, it's just got a new tyre, or possibly even 2 new tyres. We're walking up there slowly. I think James Kay is staying abroad. It's just a case of lobbing it. No, they've got a little problem. They're having a kind of a shufti at the inner area of the left-hand front tyre, and now they're trying to steer it both ways. So they obviously have a reasonable minor problem. Now, whether this is enough to give third place man any chance of catching up.
They've got a 39.
Let's grab a quick word with Ricky Killimer.
There's a 39 gap.
Ricky, what's the problem?
Run out of tyres.
Literally have no more left.
No, as in run out of tyres out there, so just come in just for a set of U's just to get to the end, really. So we are where we are now, so made no difference to us. So.
And what do you think of this TCR RS3?
Yeah, it's a good car, yeah. It's the first time I've been in it, but obviously James raced it in Dubai. Yeah, they had good results. No, it's good, it just needs a bit of fine-tuning really on setup, so the tyres didn't go too well for us here.
Do you prefer it to the old Honda you used to drive?
can't beat a Honda, can you?
Thanks, Ricky. Good luck. Well done.
Yeah, they've got a 39-lap gap before they come under any kind of threat to lose that final TCR podium position. And, it is indeed. In fact, it's got out to 40 laps.
Yeah, probably would
I
do.
think there's probably, though, just a little bit of, again, what ifs, because, yes, they're going to be secure on that third place, but they were knocking on the door of, dare I say it, winning the class at one point, but certainly finishing in second place at one point. The various shenanigans that have gone on in that TCR class over the course of the 24 hours, Joe. I mean, what you could do is you could have a series for the touring car. Oh, no, they thought of that, didn't they?
Actually, I think we're doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a nice segue into telling everyone when the next round of the 24-hour TCE series is. That's at Mazzano on the 7th, 8th, 9th of July, the 24 hours of Mazzano, where the TCE series reconvenes. Next on the list for the 24-hour series is a trip to Italy, though, for the 12 hours of Imola. More of that later. Conor De Phillippi came through with the 2-minute 12.4. We wait to see what Josef Kral has in his toolbox to reduce that gap ever further. The gap last time by was 56 seconds. Whilst we monitor that battle for second and third, though, Ralph Bond continues to circulate on the at the front of the field in that Herbert Motorsport Porsche. He's completed 592 laps, and we have a prediction, I should say, of 595 laps at the end of this race, projected by Mr. Truswell. That will beat the record by 3 laps. Is that right, Paul? Press your button.
By 4, it was a 591 lap race here last year.
Right, here's Kral across the line. No, he's already gone through, sorry. 2 minutes 11.066, gap down to 55 seconds. So, yeah, we need another. Can we extend it? Can we have a word with somebody and extend this by about half an hour or so? How many times? What do we need?
Well, I think if we send Nick Damon down on one of his little stealth missions, and he can hide the checkered flag somewhere, he can roll it up and pretend it's his umbrella.
I'm not sure Nick can do stealth.
No.
What are you saying?
He's very overt, isn't he?
He's much too noisy to be stealthy. The other thing is, what gets me on this rate series is the sheer variety that the top 5 cars go: Porsche, Audi, Ferrari, Renault, and Mercedes.
Yeah, fantastic, isn't it?
That's and not only are they just different brands, they're very different sorts of cars as well. And it's nice to see the Renault RS01 up there. Not something you can pop into your local Renault dealer and buy, but nonetheless, it's a great GT racing car. The Porsche and the Audi and the Ferrari, for that matter, you can go and buy. The Mercedes, probably not. But it's just the variety of all these different cars that you can see racing around this lovely Paul Ricard circuit.
Another car worth chatting about is the number 85, the Pro Sport Performance Porsche. It's the only car in the 991 Cup. We had some shaking around of the 991 class, and some of the runners have dropped into the SP2 class. However, the Pro Sport car remained in the 991 class, sole 991 class runner, and their intention was to maximise their points tally. They're going to take maximum points from this race, but they then set themselves a challenge. They had no one to race with other than themselves, so they set themselves a challenge to just see where they would be overall. And I think they're currently 7th overall. The only cars ahead of them are A6, and indeed the only cars behind them are in the A6 class. So great effort from all of those American drivers. Charles Putnam, Charles Espinlab, Andy Pilgrim and Joe Foster. Great to see those guys bringing Andy Pilgrim back as well. Our own Andy Marriott was having a chat to Andy Pilgrim, and he was telling us that it's his first ever time at Paul Ricard, and for someone with the kind of experience, works GM driver, drove for Porsche with Alan McNish in the champion team, all of that, and he's done very little racing over here.
And clearly he's enjoying very much the racing he did have there. If you'd said to them this time yesterday, well, yeah, you'll be bringing that 85 car across the line in 7th place, I'm not sure they'd have believed you, and they'd certainly been very happy with that.
That was perhaps their target, to get in the top 10.
Yeah.
they were lurking on the fringes of, weren't they?
I think if you'd said to them, "You'll bring the car across the line in 10th place," they'd have been happy with that.
I think so.
They would have been expecting that. But 7th is great, and that's all about reliability, and it's all about getting to the finish with as little stop time as possible.
Paul's comfort zone, the SP2 class, how's that looking?
I think it's just about sorted itself in the favour of Porsche Lorient Racing. They've got not quite a lap, but very nearly a lap and advantage over the IDEC car now. So it's 65 Frederic Ancel from 75 Roman Wozniak, and then the speed lover Porsche Pierre-Yves Pack in number 78 in 3rd place. Now, just going across the line now is a slowing Precoat Herbert Porsche. Now, that's just because he doesn't like me very much. He goes on to his 595th lap now, and this will be his last lap of the race. So he's slowing things down. You've just thrown away my prediction. That's fine. That's
fine. You've already said it.
Okay.
You mentioned it now.
So this is going to be the last lap of the race, Joe.
Excellent stuff. And, we can't help but say again and repeat what we've been saying. I'm not going to gloat here, and it's not about...
Yes,
this is nothing about me. I've been covering 24-hour series races for a while, and I've seen these guys operate. And what did I tell you? Exactly how I described how they would go about this race, they did. And that's not because I'm clever, it's because I'm observant. And the way that these guys stay out of trouble, don't get dragged into anything at the start, it's easy to do that. Everybody's a racer, but these guys stay disciplined, they stay out of the way, they let everyone settle down, they stick to their plan, and their plan is just to, as Andrew Marriott said, small gains, small gains, small gains, and soon those small gains become a huge gain, and that's what we're seeing now, a 3-lap deficit between itself and the second place Audi R8.
I hate to say that you were right, but you were right. And it's, yes, the old adage of, well, that's enough about me, let's know what you think about me, is it's not going to be true with you, Joseph. But nonetheless, yes, you said... It
was an observation, wasn't it?
It was an observation, and you said exactly what was going to happen, which was that the Herbert car would just hang around a little further down the order than perhaps it was expected to. It would be there, and then suddenly it would just move very quietly, very undramatically up the order, which is exactly what happened, and it stayed there ever since.
It has indeed. And, it's got to be said, great racing from Connor De Philippi and the other guys in the number 32 Audi in second, and the Scuderia Praha Ferrari team, as ever, really fantastic competitors. They took the lead at 7:30 p.m. on the Saturday night. They've led 558 of the 595 laps, and there is the checkered flag that we see as they cross the line there to take another 24-hour race win, this time the 2017 24 Hours of Paul Ricard. Nick Damon is soaking up the atmosphere.
I'm down with Robert Renard. Robert, congratulations, another win.
Yeah, thank you. Unbelievable.
What is it you're doing? How do you keep on winning? You're beating good teams race after race.
Yeah, as I said, unbelievable. Thanks to my teammates, thanks to our team. Special thanks to Porsche for giving us such a great car. Now I think the 5th victory in 24-hour races in a row. That's unbelievable.
Fantastic. Go and celebrate your friends.
Fantastic scenes down on the pit wall. This is a team that I don't think will ever get used to winning. They've led this race, as I said, for 558 laps. They took the lead at 7:30 yesterday, and they've done it even without Brendan Hartley, Paul reminds us. They did have Brendan Hartley at Dubai, didn't they? They didn't need him last year, and they've certainly proved they didn't need him this year. That's a very, very strong team. I don't think they'll ever get tired of winning. Mr. Tarsi, your 24-hour series debut, your thoughts?
It's been a joy to come to the Circuit Paul Ricard. I think that was an eye-opener for me. It's a much, much more interesting and demanding circuit than I was expecting. The racing that we've seen here has been great. The spirit within the paddock has been amazing, and people just getting out there and having the very best time.
Let's have a look down on the pit wall with Nick, who's with our ASICS exam winners.
We're having a lovely time. Can I get a hug? Kenneth? Go on, give us a hug. Oh, thanks, Kenneth. Kenneth, fantastic. Another amateur win. You happy with 5th overall?
Yeah, at the end, yes. I think we hit 7th time in other car. Instead of the fact that there was not so much cars on the track, it's not so good result normally. But yeah, the Mercedes is very strong. We have no technical issue, so yeah, we are happy about that. It's pretty okay.
And onward and upwards to Imola. Is that a track where you could actually get on the overall podium?
I think it would be difficult because the Porsche did another failure-less drive like hell, so no mistake at all. Every time very good speed. I think, yeah, when you do no mistakes, because the Ferrari spent 6 rounds in the pits because the plate from the number was not shining, so it was a bit strange. But at the end, we hit 7-time a car, so there was no chance on the top 3.
Kenneth, well done.
And there are A6 AM winners, another team that knows how to win these races, and they've certainly won other races a lot easier than what they've made this one. They didn't have it all their own way and had certain issues and even contact out there on the circuit. Let's just have a look at the rundown, then let's just confirm our winners. The Herbeth Motorsport Porsche, Ralph Bourne finished the car, took the checkered flag. After 24 hours of racing, took the lead at 7:30 last night, has led 558 laps of the 595 and has won this race by 3 laps from the second place Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 car 32 comes second. In third place, final podium step for the Scuderia Praha Ferrari car 11. Fourth place will go to the GP Extreme Renault RS01 car 28. Hofer Racing wins our A6 AM class in 5th place overall, and the Car Collection Motorsport Audi will share the second step with their teammates there in 6th place in the A6 AM class, second in that class. Pro Sport Performance, our 991 class runner, will take maximum points. That was their objective, and that's what they're going to come away with. 7th place overall and first in class. Rofco Racing, a recovery drive for them, a test session, let's say, finishing this 24 hours of Paul Ricard off with in the 31 Rofco Racing Mercedes. GP Extreme will be 9th in their number 27 Renault RS01, and then our SP2 class winner, the Porsche Lorient Racing number 65 Porsche, didn't have it all their own way and had to fight to the very end. Second in SP2, then in 11th overall, car 75 IDEX Sport Racing. Speed Lover will be 3rd in the SP2 class, and we will see them on the podium in their number 78 Porsche, 12th overall. TCR finally came down to the Seat Leon of Modena Motorsports, car 216, 13th overall, and we'll see the Car Collection Motorsport Audi RS3 team, car 333, on the podium with them second in TCR. The final step of the TCR podium goes to a very fine effort all week long. They've had that car in their grasp for a week, and a podium will be sweet, sweet victory for them. 108, the CAD Speed Racing with their Tech Audi RS3, 15th overall and 3rd in class. Team Ultron Peugeot will be our 4th TCR winner, and they are 16th overall. Duo Racing will take the Cup 1 maximum points for them in 17th. 18th is the Team Ultron Peugeot 908, SP Automotive Performance Mercedes in 19th. Rounding off the top 20, it's the Mark Focus of VDS Adventures, car 58. 21st will be the Vortex V8 203, the number 17 IDEC Mercedes is 22nd. The Vortex V8 204 will be 23rd, and the Track Club Lotus will be in 24th place. We are very shortly going to be heading down to the podium as the cars roll in. It gives us a chance to announce our Spirit of the Race winner is Rofco Racing for ploughing on and never giving up. That's why it was nominated. They didn't give up at all. They were way down the field after being so competitive and looking towards maybe an overall podium, a very fine overall podium. They didn't give up. They kept pushing, push all the way to the very end. And just a final thought, the 240, the FAC Autotech, was second with a special mention of the Marshal who gave the croissant to Andrew, and Andrew Marriott for being a great pit lane reporter in general.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Well, that concludes the 24 hours of Paul Ricard, round 4 of the 2017 24-hour series. We will be back out with the 12 hours of Imola, round 5 on the 30th of June and 1st of July. We then go to Portimao in what will be a very hot Portuguese racetrack. Round 6 will be on the 25th, 26th and 27th of August, and then the 2017 series will be rounding up in Kota, USA. Circuit of the Americas will see its first 24-hour race on the 10th, 11th and 12th of November.
We could have done 111, but nothing quicker. Just trying to brakes like into the hairpin was not wanting.
Let's pop down to Nick Damon.
Various members of the second place team. We'll start with Connor. Connor, they came after you, but you managed to have just enough pace to keep him back.
No, what a wonderful race, man. The last hour and a half there, stint and a half, we knew it was going to be close, so we decided to keep the tires on the car. We double stinted the tires, and thank goodness the Hankooks held up. They performed really well over the course of the hour and a half. The car was really great. We didn't even change the brakes on the thing. That's how durable this Audi is, and I think we can really be proud of the result today.
And are we going to see you in this car again later in the series?
You never know. We'll see. At the moment, this is the only one planned, but I'd love to come back. I love endurance racing. Anytime you can be behind the wheel of a race car, it's always a good day.
Got to do Kota. It's only a small flight for you.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm actually trying to push. Would be nice to have a few other teams from Europe come over and join. So it'd be nice to have a big full grid there for its debut event, and yeah, we'll see. Anything is possible.
Brilliant. Thanks, Connor. Let's just see if I'll keep passing with this. We'll get a quick word from our third place finishers whilst we are here. They're all sitting around. It's Matteo and Matteo. You're smiling for the first time. First time you're smiling. Was that the best you could get?
Yeah, I know. Third is better than nothing. We were really fast on track, but we did some mistake with penalty, and also we had a problem with the car, and that's the maximum.
Thanks, Matteo. And Joseph, another very, very fast run the last hour, but not quite enough to chase down that Audi.
Well, exactly. Unfortunately, the car was really quick when it was a little bit darker, colder, and as the sun came up, just the temperature of the tarmac got a little bit higher, and I was really sliding a lot. And in the end, we knew that probably we cannot catch them, so I just dropped a little bit of pace. I was saving the engine and overall the car, just bring it home, because still P3 is better than nothing, as Matteo said.
Great stuff. Thanks, Joseph.
Thanks to Nick Damon. Let's have a look back at our 3 winning cars, third, second and first in that order. The Ferrari of the Scuderia Praha team came a very fine third after character building 24 hours of Paul Ricard. There's that number board that stopped being illuminated and under regulations had to be fixed. The Audi of the Car Collection Motorsport team, Connor De Philippi finishing the car. That's the number 32 car, also showing some battle scars from a very eventful 24 hours of Paul Ricard. They a very well-earned second place, as it was indeed the third. But no one can beat, it seems, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Ralph Bourne finishing that car, but equally exquisite drives from Daniel Alleman and the Robert and Alfred Renault brothers. It's another fine win. We have yet to find the secret. I think Andrew Marriott was close, though. He used the term small gains. Small gains become huge gains. And that's what we've seen today. A huge gain and a huge win for the Precourt Herbert's team. So more action to come. We've got our podium presentation to get through, and Nick Damon will be taking us through that. Let's see if we can get Nick for any more interviews in the Parc Fermé. Nick, atmosphere, I would imagine, is pretty lively down there. Oh, lost him. No, he's
Hello.
back. Hello, Nick.
See, I'm echoing because I'm up on the podium. I'm looking out at the range of people who are about to be entertained by the podium. And the crowds are slowly gathering. It's quite nice to have the expensive car park on the main straight with all cars that didn't finish in the top 3 overall. We are gathering drivers, which obviously, as we all know, is akin to herding cats. and we will be starting the ceremony in the next couple of minutes. But at the moment, it's mostly me up here with Sebastian.
Excellent, Nick. Give us a shout when everything's ready to
Will
get
do.
ahead with the trophy presentation. For now, though, another newcomer, another rookie to the 24-hour series, Andrew Marriott. We're about to see a bit of a rundown of the race, but your thoughts as we go through some pictures just highlighting the race, your thoughts on this 24 hours of Paul Ricard?
Well, first of all, it was a lot of fun. I really had a ball out there, enjoyed working the pits, so that was excellent.
One man to talk to my left is Paul Truswell. It's a time to reflect, isn't it, Paul? We kind of catch our breath and then we reflect back and just maybe get a grasp of what we've seen. And I think for me, I agree with Andrew. What I will take home is once again witnessing the efficiency of that Herbert Motorsport Porsche.
I think it was all about the way that the different class battles built up as well, because we had the TCR class battle that was always entertaining and very hard fought. The battles that were going on in SP2 with the changes happening due to the way that the pit stop pattern ended for those. The A6 AM class cars with the strategy of playing joker laps or just going up to but not over the minimum reference lap time. But the battle between the three cars in the first three places, it was always going to be a battle between those three: the Herbert Porsche, the Car Collection Audi, and the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. It was a battle between those three. And I'm very pleased for the Car Collection team because they've always threatened, they've always been there or thereabouts, but for various different reasons, they've always seemed to have had problems, and that's kind of put them down. But I thought it was a great effort. I mean, I was thoroughly impressed by Conor De Filippi. Patrick Kuyala really did open my eyes to his driving skills, and Martin Kodrick and Adrian Amstert's the other two drivers, thoroughly deserving their second place.
Thank you, Paul. Let's head to Nick Damon. We're about to go ahead with our trophy presentations.
Hello and welcome to you all. It's time for the presentations for the 24 hours of Paul Ricard. Hello everyone. Nothing. Okay. All right, so we're going to do the presentation for the top three finishing drivers, which will also be the top three finishing drivers in A6 Pro. And in third place, it's Scuderia Praha, Yili Priziak, Joseph Crowell, Matteo Malocelli and Edward Chiva. In second place, it's 32 Motorsport. It is Adrian Amstutz, Patrick Kujala, Martin Kodrick, and Connor De Felipe. And your winners of the Hankook 24-hour Circuit Pool Ricard 2017, it's the 911 Herberth Motorsport. It's Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bourne, Robert Renauer, and Alfred Renauer. And now the national anthem of the winning entrant. And to present the trophies will be Manfred Sandbeckler from Hankook and Ola from Creventic. And we start with the overall third place for Scuderia Praha. That is, of course, Yuri Priziak, Joseph Kral, Matteo Manucelli, and Edward Cheever. And in second place overall, come on, chop, 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 chop. In second place are, of course, the Car Collection Motorsport number 32, Adrian Amstutz, Patrick Kujala, Martin Kodrich, and Connor De Felipe. And the winners of the 2017 Hankook 24-hour Circuit Pool Ricard, Herberth Motorsport. It's Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bourne, Robert Renauer, and Alfred Renauer. Okay, now hang on. Don't go anywhere because you've got more trophies first and then the champagne. So now for the third in A6 Pro, which completely unsurprisingly is Scuderia Praha, and the A6 Pro third place, it's Yuri Priziak, Joseph Kral, Matteo, hang on, more trophies, come on. I'll start again. Yuri Priziak, Joseph Kral, Matteo Manucelli, and Edward Cheever. Okay, and now we have second in class. It's good, this, isn't it? So second in class, car collection again. So this is the A6 Pro. Adrian Amstutz, Patrick Kujala, Martin Kodrich, and Connor De Felipe. It's going to be quite hard to get off the trophy. I've got too many trophies to get down again. And the winners of A6 Pro is the 911 of Herberth Motorsport, of Daniel Alleman, Rolf Bourne, Robert Renauer, and Alfred Renauer. And hang on, right now, give them the trophies. And now, everybody, not me. Oh no, and now the champagne! Ah! It was a long wait, but it was worth it, wasn't it? Fantastic, guys. Okay, it's now your chance to take any sort of social media photographs you like, a bit of selfie work. Looks like no one's got their phones. In Dubai, everyone had their phones. And we will carry out a quick interview with our winners. Thank you very much. Oh, let's start with Rolf. Rolf, congratulations on winning.
Thank you, thank you. Do you like
Was it a special honour to take the car home?
Yes, absolutely. My family is here today, and the rest is on TV. Hi, hi.
The race is finished now. You can tell us the secret. What is the secret of the 911 Herberth team? You just keep winning.
You can see it over there. Hands up! Hey! Our team.
It's the team. Thank you indeed, guys. Thanks very much. Congratulations to our winners. And so we're now set up for the A6AM trophies.
So next round will be the 12 Hours of Imola on the 30th of June, 1st of July, the Autodromo Enzo Edino Ferrari. Another circuit that is steeped in history. And we will see you all at Imola. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to all my colleagues here at Radio Le Mans. Thanks to everyone in the TV truck. Keep us informed with your exotic pictures. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you at Imola. Thank you and good night.
Version B. Okay, it's time for the presentation for A6AM, and in third place is the 27 GP Extreme team of Frederick Batian, Jordan Broger, Tizanio Calaguti, Nicky Pastorelli, and Bassam Cronfley. In second place, it is the 34 Car Collection Motorsport team of Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, Gustav Egelhoff, Elmar Grimm, and Ingo Volga. You go, Elmar. Can't believe it. Elmar couldn't get up that. He's the tallest person here. Okay, and your winner of A6AM, it's the number one. It's Hoffer Racing. It's Michael Kroll, Chantal Kroll, Roland Eggerman, Kenneth Heyer, and Christian Frankenhout. Hello? Back on one again. So to present the trophies, it's Manfred, Sam Bickler, and Ola, obviously. And for the third place, GP Extreme, it's Fred Fatiam, Jordan Groger, Tizanio Cadaguti, Nicky Pastorelli, and Bassam Cronfley. In second place, the 34 Car Collection Motorsport car of Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, Gustav Edelhoff, Max Edelhoff, Elmar Grimm, and Ingo Volga. And your A6 winners are Hoffer Racing, that's Michael Kroll, Chantel Kroll, Roland Eggerman, Kenneth Heyer, and Christian Frankenhood. And ladies and gentlemen, it's the champagne. Or it's running away. Ah, you see, they want to drink it themselves. Elmer's a little tinker, isn't he? Oh, is that important? They want the booze. It's all right. They had some fun. Thank you for that. There's a lot of unnecessary champagne weapon going on here. Thank you, guys. The next presentation will be a joint presentation for the 991 class and the Cup class. Okay, the next presentation is a combined podium for our two cars that were in single car classes. Both drove brilliantly, superb results overall. So the winner of the 991 class was the 85 Pro Sport Performance car of Charles Putnam, Charles Espinlaub, Joe Foster and Andy Pilgrim. And the winners of our BMW M235i Racing Cup class was the 235 Duo Racing of Jean-Marie Dumont, Alexander W. Welch, Nicholas Schmidt, Adrian Watt, and Chris Wilson. And once again, it's Manfred Sandbickler and Ola to present the trophies. Firstly, the trophies for our 991 winners, 991 winners, Pro Sport Performance. Charles Putnam, Charles Espinlaub, Joe Foster, and Andy Pilgrim. And our winners in the Cup 1 class, the 235 Duo Racing team of Jean-Marie Dumont, Alexander Vetchlak, Nicholas Schmidt, Adrian Watt, and Chris Wilson. Drivers, can you show your trophies to the crowd? Raise those trophies high. And now, it's the champagne. Just share them out amongst yourselves. It's 3 each. And now, next trophy will be, next award ceremony for the SP2 class. Oh, there's no booze. Okay, in third place in SP2, the number 78 Speed Lover Porsche 911 of Pierre-Yves Pack, Jesus Diaz and Gregory Pays. I think they're stuck in a queue. Here they come. Oh, there is booze. I was worried there. I thought they didn't get any champagne. Manfred was particularly bothered. We're missing one of them. But in second place was the number 75 IDEX Sport racing car of David Abramovich, Stefan Adler, Roman Wozniak, Frank Lerpeur, and Michael Blanchimont. And I apologize for the mangling of names there. Very popular, the IDEX Sport team. And your winners of the SP2 class was a 65 Porsche Lorient Racing Team of Jean-Francois Demorge, Alain Demorge, Gilles Blasco, Matteo Pontas, and Frederick Ansel. And to all the trophies, Manfred Sandbichler and Ola. To our third place finisher, the Speed Lover team, and that's Pierre-Yves Pack, Jesus Diaz, and Gregory Pays. And our second place finishers, the 75 EBEX Sport Racing Team of David Abramovich, Stefan Adler, Roman Wozniak, Frank Lerpeur, and Michel Blanchimont. Still very chuffed. Some of those drivers look decidedly underage. Not sure he got a race license. Who knows? And the winner. Oh, if Manfred to come back. Go on. And the winner, the 65 Porsche Lorient Racing Team, Jean-Francois Demorge, Alain Demorge, Gilles Blasco, Mathieu Pontet, and Frederick Ansel. Can we all wave our trophies high? Hold them high. We've got 24 hours to get them. And now, except for the underage ones just there, the champagne! They're spraying the kids. Fantastic, thank you guys. And the next podium will be for the SP3 GT4 class. Okay, so now time for the SP3. Third place was not classified. So in second, the plucky 240 FARC Autotech team. They turned it off, they turned it on again, and they came second with Marco Zolin, Michael Hirschman, Marcel Wagner, and Heinz Bruder. And your winners, even though they stopped hours ago, it's the 111, the track club team. It's Marcus Jewell, Simon Atkinson, Adam Knight, and Stuart Ratcliffe. And to present the trophies, well, it's Manfred and Ola again. And first of all, to our second place finishers, who are FARC Autotech, Marco Zolin, Michael Hirschman, Marcel Wagner, and Heinz Bruder. And our winners, who sat atop the podium despite a good night's sleep, it's Track Club 111, it's Marcus Jewell, Simon Atkinson, Adam Knight, and Stuart Ratcliffe. And if you could all raise your trophies are high. And away. And now it's time for the champagne. So we'll just set up for the final podium of the day, which is for the TCR class. Great race in the TCR class. Fantastic running by all the teams. And we saw a very close ebb and flow to the TCR. Lots of bottles of champagne need to be put out for this. Some heavy drinkers in these classes. Okay, so in third place in the TCR class, it's the 108 CAD Speed Racing with ATEC. It's James Kay, Ricky Coomber, Paul White, David Drinkwater, and Thomas Gannon. In second place, it's the 333 Car Collection Motorsport car. It's Monica Parhofer, Dirk Vorlander, Christian Kranenberg, it's J.M. Littman, and Rick Breukers. And your winner of TCR is the 216 Modena Motorsports team of Wayne Shen, John Shen, Francis Tija, and Benny Simonson. And to present the trophies, it's Ola and Manfred. And in third place, it was, of course, CAD Speed Racing with ATEC, James Kay, Ricky Coomber, Paul White, David Drinkwater, and Thomas Gannon. In second place was the Car Collection Motorsport 333 car of Monica Parhofer, Dirk Vorlander, Christian Kranenberg, J.M. Littman, and Rick Breukers. A lot of support down there. Popular winner. But it's a popular second place, sorry. But the popular winner, the Modena Motorsports team, 216. It's Wayne Shen, John Shen, Francis Teha, and Benny Simonson. And gentlemen, and ladies, if you could raise your trophies high to take the adulation of the crowd. Adore them, possibly. And now, the more important bit, is the champagne! Oh, some saving of champagne going on here. Some of it's going back, some of it's not. Mr. Lippman, thank you very much indeed. Well, thank you all very much. That concludes the podium ceremony here at the 24 Hours Paul Ricard, sponsored by Hankook through Creventic. Hopefully we'll see you all in a few weeks in Imola and next year here at Paul Ricard for the 24 Hour series. Until then, goodbye!